Chapter 309. Time was already tight enough, yet Emperor Cheng also had a whim to do something. He disliked that one set of questions was too little, so he divided the officials into several groups. Under the circumstances where they were not allowed to reveal the questions, he made a total of 3 sets of questions. Then he prepared to let his son casually choose one to use. To put it nicely, he strived for fairness and strictness. The officials silently cursed that he was purely looking for trouble. It was just a county's provincial examination. Even if it was a metropolitan examination, there had never been such a big spectacle. Was there a need to? Moreover, at this juncture, there was really no one who would be interested in this question and take the huge risk to reveal it to the people below. People who really did this were not daring because of their skills, but purely because there was a hole in their mother's head. An idiot. Therefore, some people looked at Emperor Cheng's current actions as if they were looking at an idiot, and Emperor Cheng still thought that he was wise. Because of this special period, it was understandable for Jin Xinhuang to play such a trick. But as the monarch of a country, you regarded the originally more important matters as the most important, so important that you neglected other matters and wasted too much manpower and time. The gains simply did not make up for the losses. Many old officials sighed in their hearts. Emperor Cheng sent the blackguard commander to personally bring people to deliver the questions and rush to Chongzhou Prefecture in Jiangnan at the fastest speed. At the same time, he brought back the 2 gold and silver ingots. When the blackguard commander arrived at Chongzhou Prefecture and delivered the questions to Li Hongyuan, it was only 2 days before the scheduled examination time, and it was already June. Li Hongyuan had only met this commander once when he was taking the test, and then he had left him with his direct subordinate, Li Xian. Speaking of which, as a commander, his presence was not as high as that of a commander. He even had to be respectful to his subordinates, which was enough. Fortunately, this person's mentality was relatively calm. He knew that he was only helping others to occupy a position and would sooner or later roll down. Thus, even if Emperor Cheng did not assign him, the important matters of the blackguard were basically handed over to Li Suyin and became a hands-off shopkeeper. Li Suyin himself was very clear. He seriously completed the tasks that were given to him and did not overstep the boundaries of seniority. Then Li Suyin brought him up the peak to see the 2 gold and silver ingots in front of the teacher's building. He had the same expression as other people who saw that scene for the first time, very unpredictable. Jingwan also went to take a look at the 2 ingots. She simply couldn't bear to look at them. If it was anywhere else, the sense of dissonance would not be so strong, but that place was really... Although she knew that Jin Xinhuang had a special reason, Jingwan saw the old teacher shaking his head and sighing. Jingwan really wanted to tell them that there was a special reason for this. That bastard did it on purpose. The blackguard commander might have cared a lot about those test questions, but Li Hongyuan didn't take them seriously at all. He casually tore open the seal and flipped it open to take a look. Although Jingwan had never seen the official exam questions, she had seen a lot of excerpts. Thinking about the duration of the exam, she knew that there were definitely a lot of questions. In the first round, Sutra and Moi. In Jingwan's opinion, this sutra was a bit like the fill-in-the-blanks exams in her previous life. The questions were usually excerpted from a sutra and cover up a few words. The examinee had to fill in the missing words. As for Moi, it was a question and answer about the sutra. The number of questions was so rich that it made Jingwan tremble a bit when she saw it. In the second round, there was a poem with 5 characters and 8 rhymes for sutra poems and a selection of 3 books from several important books. There was also an imperial edict, a judgment, a statement, and a warning. These were generally limited by the number of words. The minimum number of words would not be less than 200. That was written in Chinese and not in the vernacular. 200 to 300 words, if translated, it might be more than 1,000. The third round was a policy discussion. Combining the theory of sutra, one would express their opinions on the current political affairs of the time. This wasn't like the palace examination, where one question could be solved. There were 5 questions, and in Qiyuan, the results of the third round were quite important. Of course, as time passed, It had decreased compared to the beginning of the country. Jingwan also didn't avoid it and looked, staying in the exam room for so many days in this kind of weather is really torturous. Is Wan being generous again and preparing to use her own money to get them some ice or something? Jingwan raised her eyebrows. That's a good idea. However, perhaps she doesn't need to use her own money. Let the high officials and noble people of Sichuan Jofu contribute to support the country in selecting talents. It's only a little ice, isn't it? Li Honyuan chuckled. In the eyes of some people, Wan is probably the #1 black-hearted person. After this trip to Jiangnan, your reputation is probably even greater than this prince's. I'm helping Wanya attract hatred so that you can do things more conveniently. However, my reputation is definitely not as great as yours. No matter how many things I receive, no matter how much those people who give me things curse in their hearts, they will keep quiet on the surface. To the common people, I'm still the high and mighty Jin Wangfei. Li Honyuan nodded with a smile in his eyes. As for the meaning, there's no need to delve into it. Then Jingwan thought of an important issue. As far as she knew, generally speaking, 2 days before the exam, the examiners would enter the imperial examination. First, a banquet would be held, and all the inner and outer curtains officials would attend. After the banquet, the inner curtains officials would enter the inner curtains of the rear hall. The examiners would close the door, and the inner and outer curtains officials would not interact with each other. Other than marking the exam papers, the inner curtains officials couldn't talk about other matters. However, now, not to mention whether Jean Wanya was the main examiner or not, he was still very far away from the exam site. These questions should have been copied by each examinee, but now there were only 3 original questions. It should be known that in the whole of Jiangnan, there were more than 20,000 examinees every year. On average, there were more than 5,000 examinees per fu. With each person having a set of questions, the workload was definitely not small. Even if they set off now, they would only reach Sichuan Jofu tomorrow. Was it certain that the exam questions would be delivered to the examinees the day after tomorrow? Jingwan raised her doubts. Ah Yuan, this time you seem to be very unreliable. She ridiculed. At this time, the examiners of Sichuan Jofu, one by one, were probably like ants on a hot pan, anxiously running around in circles. Li Honyuan disagreed and was not the least bit anxious. Just adjust the order of the exam and it will be over. Just put the first round at the end. How simple. Jingwan opened her mouth and was speechless. According to what he said, indeed, the content that needed to be copied the most should be put at the end. In the first few days of the exam, there was no need to worry about not being able to produce the exam papers. As for whether it was in accordance with the rules or not, the living king of hell was born to break the rules, or it could be said that the living king of hell was not in accordance with the rules. The commander of the blackguard breathed a sigh of relief. The things that were originally packed to become an emperor had not been sent away yet. Now, they were all given to him. Then, Li Honyuan and the others flung their sleeves and boarded the ship to leave for Sichuan Jofu. When Li Xian came to say goodbye to this superior, he only knew about it. It could be said that he was dumbfounded. He also did not know the specific time of the exam, otherwise he probably would not be so relaxed. Now that he knew, his forehead was full of cold sweat. He inwardly blamed himself. Did he delay the time? Leaving Chongzhou Zhoufu this time was not like leaving Kaiming Fu with anger. Therefore, the people who should be taken away were all taken away. In the end, the people who stayed in the other courtyard were only missing the 2 who were strangled to death by Li Honyuan. The rest were the same as when Jingwan and the others moved in. The Furins whose family property had shrunk by more than half did not have the mood to care about these things. Now, their impression of Jingwan was that, on the surface, she looked gentle and kind, but in reality, she had a Buddha's mouth and a snake's heart. She was ruthless and black-hearted, greedy by nature, a bottomless pit of dissatisfaction. Not only that, she was also jealous and did not allow any other woman to get close to Jin Xinhuang. How could such a person marry into the imperial family? Sure enough, her disguise was too good and she deceived too many people. In addition, The fact that Jin Wang was henpecked was very surprising. Otherwise, why would he guard such a woman and ignore other beauties? Before Jin Wang got married, wasn't he famous for being dissolute and fond of beauties? This kind of change, could it be because he suddenly cultivated his heart and character? It was absolutely impossible. As the saying goes, mountains and rivers are easy to change, but one's nature is hard to change. Therefore, it could only be that Jin Wang Fei was too fierce that even Jin Wang, who was known as the living king of hell, could be tidied up by her. The matter of money could not be discussed, but this aspect could be discussed. Wasn't it completely consistent with some of the rumors in Kai Ming Fu? Just as they were about to set sail on the canal, someone came to report that there were 2 young masters and young ladies from the aristocratic Min clan who were out on a visit and were about to return home. They learned that Jin Wang was heading to Chuanzhou Fu and wondered if they could travel together to protect themselves. Li Hongyuan waved his hand indifferently, which could be considered as agreeing. After all, the Min clan could be considered to have paid a lot of Qi Yuan. Jingwan saw a flash of ridicule in Li Hongyuan's eyes. What? https://11//11807/6653585. Chapter 310. As an aristocratic family, unless it was on the decline or there was a special situation like the Pei clan, there would be more than 1 or 2 people who worked for the imperial court. The so-called aristocratic family paid attention to the status of the aristocratic family. Without power to rely on, it could not be called an aristocratic family. It would also be suppressed and quickly declined. The Pei clan had been like this for nearly 100 years, which was extremely rare. However, although it looked as glorious as before, it had actually reached a point where it was in imminent danger if the Pei family could not find a feasible solution. It would collapse in less than 10 years. The speed of collapse would be far faster than the process of a normal family's decline. Although Li Hongyuan had trimmed the Pei family very thoroughly in his previous life, it did not mean that he did not prevent the Pei family from being uprooted. At that time, Li Hongyuan's birth mother's identity was exposed. Even if he did not like the Pei family, it was still his maternal family. If others casually added insult to injury, who knew if it would make him unhappy? Some things could be done casually, but others could not touch it. Especially when facing a temperamental person like Li Hongyuan, they had to be careful. Therefore, no matter what the Pei family did, others watched coldly from the sidelines. Not to mention the aristocratic families, it was very common for the family members of officials with a certain status to want to hitch a ride in such a situation. Under normal circumstances, it was not because they were worried about the safety of the road. Although it was safer and more convenient, it was more to show a kind of attitude. It was a kind of respect for the imperial family and recognition of its power. Therefore, Jingwan was not surprised that someone wanted to travel with them. Her husband showed such an attitude, there was definitely a problem. Jingwan sat leisurely and raised her chin slightly. She looked at Li Hongyuan with a smile. Her face was almost saying, "I'm waiting. Hurry up and say it clearly." Some people think too highly of themselves and think too highly of themselves. They always think that everything will go according to their predetermined direction. Although she did not know what happened, Jingwan almost instantly understood who he was talking about. Since the two were linked together, it was obvious. The Pei family? Li Hongyuan smiled, but did not say anything. The answer was obvious. It can't be the patriarch of the Pei clan. Could it be an important member of the Pei clan? The Pei family attempted to use me to revive the clan. When they found out that it was not so easy to achieve and that there was no other way, they naturally wanted to use other methods to influence or even influence your husband. Tell me, for a man like you, when threats and promises do not work, what methods do you use? Jingwan naturally thought of a certain possibility at the first moment. Her face instantly turned a little dark, and she put on a fake smile as she opened her mouth. Jin Wang, this peach blossom really opens wherever you go. Li Hongyuan's eyes were tinged with a hint of a smile. So, Wan, you have to work a little harder. You're a good peach blossom, but you have to destroy the rotten ones. Seeing Li Hongyuan like this, Jingwan's unhappiness instantly dissipated. No matter how many potential rivals there were, as long as this man did not have any thoughts, there would not be any threat. In that case, she would be looking for trouble if she made a fuss here. As a qualified husband, you have to take care of your own love rivals. You also have to take care of your wife's love rivals, understand? Although Jingwan's words were unfamiliar, Li Hongyuan understood her meaning. His love rivals? Hee. Wan, are you sure you want this husband to take care of everything? This husband does not mind working hard. On the contrary, as long as you nod your head, this husband will be very willing to ensure that it will be handled cleanly. That trace of hostility and bloodthirstiness was not concealed. Jingwan's heart trembled. How could she forget this bastard's attributes? As he said, if she nodded her head, he would definitely handle it very, very cleanly. So clean that not even a speck of dust would be left. Not to mention Sun Yilin and the others. Those women who simply adored him would also not be guilty of death. As husband and wife, naturally I can't just let my husband take care of everything. Yuan has a myriad of affairs to attend to every day. You don't have to worry about this small matter. I will take care of it fully. This is very good. This husband is very much looking forward to Wan's performance. Jingwan's little person in her heart could not stop tears from streaming down her cheeks. Grasping her own weakness, this man could eat her to death. Who could tell her where this man's weakness was so that she could also grasp it? If this question was asked to someone else, then the answer would probably be for Jingwan to dig a hole and bury herself. Since it is a beauty prepared by the Pei Clan's clan head, presumably she must be an outstanding beauty. In addition, I'm afraid that she is both talented and beautiful. He had seen Yuan's deep affection and righteousness at the water stronghold. If she is not stronger than me in every aspect, how can she push me, this Zheng Fei, to one side and occupy the most important position by your side, and even in your heart, smoothly blowing pillow talk? Wan is in the right place at the right time. You should take the opportunity to blow pillow talk. As long as it is what you want, I will absolutely not say anything. Jin Xinhuang has the potential to be a fatuous ruler. Jingwan raised her eyebrows. At the same time, Bin Wang also has the potential to be a tyrant. Li Honyuan answered with a smile that was not a smile. Jingwan's eyebrows jumped. It seemed to be a joke, but Jingwan felt that his words could not be any more true. This kind of temperament that was revealed from time to time was really frightening. There were many rumors about Jin Xinhuang, although Jingwan did not go to confirm anything. But now she could be sure that some of them were absolutely true, and they were even worse than the rumors. It seemed that in the future, she would have to tighten up a bit. If she could do less harm, then she would try to do less. In fact, Jingwan was very puzzled. How did his temperament form in the end? Arrogant, despotic, and condescending, this kind of situation could be explained. After all, his background was strong and he was favored. But what was this cruelty and darkness? Generally speaking, shouldn't this kind of situation be formed when he received bad treatment? Cheng Di and Gue Fei Su could be considered to have nothing to say about him. Except, wait, Gue Fei Su did two things that erased everything good about him. According to him, the first time was when he was 10 years old, and the second time was when he was 13. He had dodged both times. At that time, his temperament was far from mature, but he was smart enough to know the truth. Thus, he became evil? It seemed to make sense. What is Wan thinking about? I want to see what kind of beauty clan head Pei has prepared. Since you want to know, then call her over to take a look. Just treat it as looking at a child. If you don't like looking at her, just throw her into the river and be done with it. Jingwan's eyebrows jumped. Can you not take people's lives at the slightest provocation? It's fine to take a look, but there's no need for anything else. Wang Yi, do you want to take a look as well? However, since Wang Yi knows what kind of person the other party is, you must have already seen her. I haven't seen her, but I can roughly guess. Otherwise, I can look in the mirror, perhaps I can imagine a bit. But is the other party qualified to make Ben Wang waste his energy? Maybe she's somewhat similar to you? What the hell is this? Wait, it's not impossible for two unrelated people in the world to be similar. However, In a situation where they haven't seen each other and said similar words, there can only be one possibility: blood relations. What cousins, huh? Weren't she and Chunjimin the same? Although compared to the biological cousins, they were still a bit far apart. Thinking about it, Yuan's birth mother was known as the #1 beauty in Jiangnan. Yuan also resembles his mother even more. To have such a talented and easy-to-control beauty, who can compare to the Pei family, especially the direct descendants? Moreover, when the women of the aristocratic families are raised, I'm afraid they have already been brainwashed to contribute everything to the family. Jingwan said sarcastically. It's said that the Pei family's legitimate daughter doesn't want to be a concubine. Is he slapping his own mouth after breaking the rule of not being involved with the Li family's royal family? Or is it that the Pei family's clan head actually wants his granddaughter to replace me? Replace you? That old thing might have such thoughts. However, he also has to consider your grandfather's situation. So, he didn't consider that I would be an obstacle. He didn't consider whether you would agree. Wan, I know that kind of person better than you. They never consider how women are. So, this cousin is even more important to meet. Even if you can't understand more, just looking at a beauty is also pleasing to the eye. Cousin? Who told you that she's a cousin? She's a niece, the eldest legitimate granddaughter of the Pei family's clan head, the great-granddaughter of that old thing, and the first child of the 4th generation of their clan head. Li Honyuan gave Jingwan a look that said she was still a bit naive. https://11/11807/6653587. Chapter 311. Jingwan's face turned cold. Although in the emperor's harem, there was no lack of situations where aunts and nephews coexisted, and that place did not care about seniority as the #1 noble family. It was disgusting for them to do such a thing. Moreover, Li Honyuan was not the emperor yet. To put it nicely, he was the grandfather. To put it bluntly, they were not related at all. Could it be that they were not related in name? So they could be so unscrupulous? To be able to give his own great-granddaughter to his grandson as a concubine, it was simply disregarding human relations. How could ordinary people be so shameless? Although the current noble families were not as good as the previous era when they could share the country with the emperor, they still cared about family status and face. They were also reserved and proud. For example, the current Jiang and Xie families were like this. Although they did not still adhere to the concept of marriage only with noble families of the same level. But among the 4 dukes and 9 marquises who founded the country, if any of them were born bumpkins, even if they were dukes or marquises, if they wanted to marry a concubine's daughter, they would be opposed by many clansmen. Even if there was no one in the branch for 3 generations, even if there was a problem with the girl herself, it was still not allowed. This was the concept of family status among the top noble families. In fact, in their bones, they didn't even take the Li royal family seriously. It was only because the other party was the emperor that they relaxed a little when it came to the marriage of a daughter. Even so, they couldn't do something like the marriage of an aunt and a niece. If the emperor wanted to rob them, he had to think twice. But looking at the daughters-in-law of the royal family, there were very few noble daughters. This was the true reflection of this point. The daughter of the main family, becoming a concubine, messing up human relations, sending herself to the door? Haha, if the other rich clans knew about this, they would probably completely reject the Pei clan's connections. Did the head of the Pei family know what he was doing? Or was it that he was certain that Li Honyuan would rise to power? Was he certain that the Pei family would be the biggest winner in the end? As long as he won, he could ignore all mistakes. As long as he held power, not only would people not criticize him, but they would also curry favor with him. This kind of person was completely unscrupulous in order to achieve his goals. Jingwan was 100% sure that even if he didn't have any plans to remove her from the position of Li Hongyuan's official wife, he would definitely find a way to remove her in the future. Most likely, he wouldn't wait until after Li Honyuan ascended the throne. It would be in the best interest of the Pei family to become the empress of Li Honyuan. Only then could the Pei family restore the reputation of the Pei family. As for what method he would use, it was nothing more than to ruin her reputation and then do his best to raise the reputation of the Pei family's daughter. Jingwan sneered. No matter how good one's wishful thinking was, it still depended on whether the other party was willing or not. She was bound to make him fall before he could even take the first step. The most confident and calm part was probably the first step. Li Hanyuan saw the gloomy expression on Jingwan's face and smiled. The emperor's heart was comforted. This wife finally had some self-awareness. Was it easy for him to reach this step? In the Pei family's main family, is there not a single girl of marriageable age who is of the same generation as you? Or is there no daughter of the first wife? Otherwise, why would they arrange a marriage between the younger generation? It had always been the cousins that were the talk of the town. He had never heard of an uncle or a niece becoming a good couple. The current head of the Pei family has 2 wives who are sisters of the first wife. They have a very close relationship and gave birth to 5 sons and 3 daughters of the first wife. In terms of the relationship between mother and daughter, it's as if they were born from the same mother. The imperial noble consort is the youngest of the 6. Of the 5 sons of the first wife, the eldest son of the first wife remarried twice. The 3rd and 4th son of the first wife remarried once, and the number of children born of the first wife exceeded 20. There are also 3 unmarried girls. One of them is a pair of twin sisters who are 15 years old, and the other is even younger. As for those born of concubines, there are more than a dozen of them in the previous generation who have grown up. Carefully counting the people of the same generation as me, the ones born of the first wife, the ones born of concubines, 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 and the ones born of concubines. The total is about 156. Jingwan's mouth couldn't help but twitch. The men of the Pei family's main family were really studs, and those wives and concubines also seemed to be able to give birth. Are there so many surviving children in aristocratic families? Didn't they say that the harem of an aristocratic family was like the harem of an emperor? If one could have more than 10 sons, they would be considered outstanding even in the emperor. This Pei family's main family, just based on the number of children they had, one would think that they were a harmonious family. That old thing had a total of 5 brothers, and only one could compete with him for the position of the family head. When he took the position, he only had a younger brother who was 20 years younger than him, and he was born a little mentally retarded. Li Hanyuan purposely emphasized the word born. After he took power, the families of his brothers were separated. At that time, grandchildren were already born, and every family that was separated, old and young, did not have more than 2 people. Jingwan sucked in a breath of cold air. Comparing the two, the difference was too big. Wasn't he afraid of being criticized? How could that be? Li Hanyuan chuckled, laughing at Jingwan for thinking too simply. Everyone said that he was good at managing his family, and he took good care of his brothers and their families. When his father was alive, he often told others that this child was very kind. Such a big family, lively and harmonious, and there had never been any bad news from his harem. How could outsiders criticize him? They would only envy him and praise him. Wan, he valued his children very much. She didn't participate much in the internal strife, but she knew quite a lot. Valuing his children meant that the internal strife could not hurt his children. Only those with his blood were his family, and other women, regardless of whether they were his wives or concubines, were just tools for reproduction. Between his family and his tools, it was obvious who he would choose. If he really used blood to set the rules from the beginning, then it was not strange that the Pei family's main family was so flourishing. However, were the so-called family members really family members? Now it seemed that they were just pawns, and the degree of importance they were attached to was related to their role. Since he did it so carefully, he must cherish his reputation. When he gave you someone, it sounded better to give a granddaughter than a great-granddaughter. The reason why that old thing chose a great-granddaughter and not a granddaughter is probably the so-called sincerity. No matter which generation, the eldest son, regardless of whether it is a son or a daughter, will be greatly valued, especially in aristocratic families. Although there are granddaughters who are of marriageable age, although they are both daughters of the first wife, they are the second generation. Whether it is in terms of birth or beauty, they're a far cry from this one. Moreover, the world doesn't know about my relationship with the Pei family. By the time they know, the dust may have already settled. That's probably what that old thing thinks. Jingwan sneered. If the quality is not enough, then the quantity is enough. The twin sister's cousins are probably not worse than the first cousin's niece. He really thought that she was a soft persimmon. If she didn't properly return the favor, she would not be able to live up to her current reputation. What does Wan want to do? Li Honyuan asked with a smile. Ah, Yuan, you don't understand? Yes, I don't understand. Li Honyuan said calmly. If you don't understand, then do your own thing. You don't need to understand. Didn't I say that I will handle these matters? Min, princess consort, send an invitation to the Min family ship. This princess consort wants to have a chat with the two ladies. The subordinates passed the message. https:///11/11807/6653589. Chapter 312. Jingwan looked at Li Honyuan, who was nodding his head seriously and really didn't know what to say to him. It was the Min clan's ship. Since they didn't explicitly say that there were other people on board, even if they were interested in other people, you can't abandon the master and not care about them. Since they had already specified that there were two people, then you should understand who they really wanted to meet. Knowing this, why did you deliberately misinterpret it again? Although Min Shi was a close in-law of Pei Shi, they didn't offend you. Was there a need to vent your anger on them? Ah, Yuan, you don't need to intervene. If you're really bored, go take a swim in the water. Wan's suggestion is good. If I'm really bored to that extent, this husband will definitely give a try. So, when this man wanted to go along with you, he could say anything and you couldn't do anything to him. The best way was to ignore him. Jingwan flicked her sleeves and left to see the beauty. Maybe she could find a bit of the imperial Gui phase elegance from this beauty. Behind her, on Min Shi's ship, when they received Jingwan's invitation, they were also very surprised, especially when the invitation clearly said two ladies. Did the other party mistakenly make them sisters? Or the other party already knew that there was another lady on board? It should be me and Yuan UNBA. Speaking of which, I'm one more person on board. It's also our fault that we didn't make it clear. Since we've already invited them, we should apologize even more. The veiled woman said softly, her eyes shining brightly and carrying a faint smile. Speaking of which, I also want to see Jin Xin Wang Fei. After all, they were bound to become enemies in the future. Although this wasn't what she wanted, but she had no other choice. Whether it was for her clan or for herself, she had to fight. Meeting now, although it was unexpected, but it wasn't impossible. Under the circumstances where the other party was still unaware, it was easier to find out the truth. Obviously, this girl didn't think that Jingwan wanted to see her, because she already knew of their Pei Shi's plan. After a careful grooming, even though this Miss Pei Shi did not dress up, but the details were done to the extreme. Not only was it for Jin Xin Wang Fei, she might even meet Jin Xin Wang. This first impression was of utmost importance. It could not be too excessive, but it absolutely could not have any flaws. However, the young ladies of the Min family did not know her purpose and only praised her for her beauty. They had never seen a more beautiful young lady than her. Miss Pei only smiled and didn't say anything else. After that, the two of them each brought two maidservants and a nanny and boarded Jingwan's ship. There were already servants waiting by the side, leading them to the cabin on the third floor. Because of her ulterior motives, Miss Pei Shi naturally saw more and more carefully. Surprise flashed through her heart. How to say it? As mentioned before, aristocratic families had their pride and heritage. Even if they already knew where their marriage would end up, but in their bones, they still looked down on the imperial family. looking down on their taste, looking down on their heritage, looking down on their rules. Even though they didn't realize this point because they deliberately ignored it, but it was revealed in their every word and action. However, because of this, when they saw that everything around them was beyond their expectations, they felt surprised. Going up to the third floor, not to mention other things, when they saw the carpet on the floor, it was somewhat difficult to walk. Of course, as a young lady of an aristocratic family, they didn't do such a petty action. No matter what they thought in their hearts, they maintained a calm appearance. This was something that had integrated into their bones and blood and would not be easily affected. Gong Mama was waiting outside the guest room. When she saw the two young ladies, she greeted them in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. The two instinctively returned the greeting. In that instant, they thought of her as a capable nanny by the side of an elder in their family. She was an existence that they had to show some respect to. When she realized what she had done, although Miss Min was a bit surprised, she didn't care too much. After all, she was a nanny by the side of an imperial concubine. This bit of respect was only natural. Miss Pei sure didn't think so in her heart. Along the way, she had seen more than one or two unexpected things. Therefore, what she originally thought would not be achieved so easily. Gong Mama glanced at Miss Pei. Because she was from the same family as the imperial noble consort, and because she had evil intentions, she couldn't help but pay more attention to her. Naturally, she compared her to the imperial noble consort. Although her face was covered, because it was a thin veil, it didn't have much of an effect. However, Gong Mama paid more attention to a person's temperament and bearing. It was said that this was the most beautiful young lady of the Pei family. In Jiangnan, because she always covered her face when she went out, the title of the most beautiful young lady didn't spread. However, her talent was quite famous. When other people saw Miss Pei for the first time, at least 9 out of 10 people would praise her. Even those who were jealous couldn't deny her. But Gong Mama didn't think so. With the imperial noble consort in front of her, the imperial noble consort also had a first-class temperament. This young lady was far inferior. Of course, this might be the result of Gong Mama's selfishness, but it was a fact that she couldn't compare. Don't blame Gong Mama for showing off her power at the door. Don't forget who she learned the rules from. The things of aristocratic families were really not difficult for her, although she didn't know it when she learned it. In addition, she wasn't an ordinary woman of the inner residence. She hadn't shown her power yet. Otherwise, few of these young ladies could stand still. After entering the door, they greeted her in a well-behaved manner, but obviously there wasn't much respect. Jingwan smiled noncommittally. She waved her hand casually and excused the formalities. Sit down. Jingwan didn't avoid looking at them. Their eyes fell on Jingwan. Although they weren't so direct, they didn't hide it. Chapter 313. Before Jingwan could say anything, Mama Gong spoke first. There are no men here, so why is Miss Pei wearing a veil? Are you looking down on our princess consort and feel that princess consort doesn't like your honor? Or are you afraid of frightening our princess consort if you're ugly? If it's the latter, then it's fine. But if it's the former, is this the upbringing and etiquette of a noble family's young lady? These words are not polite at all. Jingwan was a bit speechless. Her mama's temper seemed to be a bit big, but she didn't say anything wrong. Of course, her own people couldn't undermine her. It was impossible for the other side's people to remain indifferent, especially the people who served Miss Pei. Their eyes were almost spitting fire. In the end, they remembered their status and didn't immediately talk back. Something carved into their bones didn't allow them to do anything rude. This was their pride as servants of noble families. That's right, they were all servants. They looked down on people of the same status outside of noble families. In Jiangnan, they had always looked down their noses at the servants in the official's residence. So what if she was a Qin Wang Fei? How could the people around her follow rules and etiquette? Their faces didn't show it, but their eyes showed disdain and disapproval. Were the maids by Jingwan's side that bad? Of course not. It was just that compared to these people who had learned rules from a young age and integrated all kinds of rules into their daily habits, rules and etiquette to them were not rules and etiquette. They were just ordinary meals. Naturally, they were lacking. But Jingwan didn't care at all. They were carved from the same mold. What was there to care about? Even if the people around her could be trained like this, she didn't want them. Princess Consort, please allow me to report. Our miss is not looking down on Princess Consort. It's just that when she goes out, it's all like this. It's a habit. At this point, Miss Pei suppressed the anger in her heart. She raised a hand to stop her mama from continuing. She took off her veil and revealed a country-toppling beauty. I hope Princess Consort doesn't take offense. It's really a habit. We don't mean to disrespect Princess Consort. Jingwan smiled. It's fine. She had the servants bring in tea and refreshments. He thought to himself, sure enough, she's beautiful beyond compare. In Jingwan's view, the so-called beauty could hardly be the best. She had to admit that this woman was the most beautiful among all the women she had ever seen. She glanced at Nanny Gong casually and found that Nanny Gong was not moved at all. She wondered whether Nanny Gong was expressionless or not, or Nanny Pei was still not as beautiful as the imperial noble consort in those days. Compared with the two girls, Jingwan's clothes were actually more casual. She only wore a few hairpins on her head and a string of Buddha beads around her wrist. At first glance, she looked a little shabby, but in fact, she was not. Anyone with a little eyesight could see that all her clothes were good. What showed was a low-key and elegant luxury. This casualness and calmness made the Pei clan's daughter, who was meticulous to every detail, feel that she was at a disadvantage. Jingwan didn't deliberately say anything to them. She just chatted with them. Perhaps Jingwan was not as beautiful or talented as Miss Pei, but she could deal with this kind of situation easily. In fact, she was almost 1 year younger than Miss Pei. However, she had more experience and knowledge than Miss Pei. Not to mention the things in her previous life. In this life, she loved travel books and miscellaneous studies. She also dabbled in history books. She had read a lot of books in the past few years. After marrying Li Honyuan, she talked about the current situation of the world almost every day. Her knowledge was constantly increasing. Even if Miss Pei was very knowledgeable and quoted classics, as long as it was special, she could grasp 70% or 80% of it. To be honest, she was not afraid. Miss Pei also wanted to test Jingwan's depth. After all, she was a great enemy. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy. Only then could she better plan her future path. Therefore, Miss Pei, who usually seemed gentle and kind, but was actually arrogant and always kept a certain distance from others, changed her usual self and became much more friendly. Miss Min, who was beside her, kept glancing at her. However, because she was a girl with a big heart, she didn't mind being left out. As for the fact that she couldn't get a word in, she didn't care too much about it. In any case, there were so many talented girls around her. She couldn't flatter them and had already gotten over it. As time passed, Jingwan could only sigh. Miss Pei was indeed a girl carefully groomed by a top aristocratic family. Even if she grew up in a boudoir, she still had extraordinary knowledge. But why would such a young lady want to be a concubine for no reason? Did she really have the supreme consciousness of, since my family gave me a life of hardship, I will give everything to my family? Or did she have great ambition and came to be the mother of the world? Or was it a combination of both? Compared to Jingwan, the fluctuations in Miss Pei's heart were much more intense. Before, she was confident that even if she was a concubine for a while, she wouldn't be a concubine for life. What she relied on was not only her beauty and talent, but also her insight and wisdom. She deeply believed that she could not only be a virtuous wife and stabilize his inner residence, she could also become his strategist and assist him in obtaining the throne. This was an advantage that other women didn't have. She didn't know much about Jin Qinhuang. Basically, it all came from her great-grandfather. But on this point, she firmly believed that a man like Jin Qinhuang, because he held the pearl of wisdom, would not be afraid of a woman's talent. On the contrary, in her opinion, the more intelligent she was, the more she would gain his favor. Even if her guess was wrong, she could adjust in time. But after a conversation with Jin Qinhuang Fei, her self-confidence suddenly decreased. She disdained to use her beauty to suppress Jin Qinhuang Fei, but the advantage she thought she had, in fact, the other party was better than her. Even if she didn't want to admit it, this was an indisputable fact. This wasn't the most serious thing. She found out from her great-grandfather that Jin Xinhuang Fei was younger than her and hadn't been in the position of Jin Xinhuang Fei for long. Although she also came from a scholarly family, it was far worse than an aristocratic family. In her estimation, the other party wasn't as good as her in any aspect, but the fact was that it wasn't so. Not to mention the bearing and self-restraint that had been cultivated for many years from being in a high position, as well as the knowledge and wisdom that far surpassed her peers. It made her feel for no reason that she was facing an elder with penetrating insight. It wasn't that she was deliberately testing her, but she was receiving the other party's guidance. This feeling was really terrible. Miss Pei received a blow that wasn't light, and for a time, she had doubts about herself. She doubted whether it was right for her to continue on like this. Could she really be like what her great-grandfather said, to stand at the highest position and become the support of the clan? However, this mentality didn't last long. Even though she received a blow, but this meeting in advance still had more advantages than disadvantages. At least it let her sober up a bit and let her know that her opponent wasn't easy to deal with. Her previous disregard and even contempt was because she thought too highly of herself. Her face was gentle, but her bones were cold. She indeed looked down on a lot of people, but it wasn't that she didn't know her own limits. She couldn't use the area that she thought she had the most advantage in the beginning, but she had another weapon, beauty. How many men in the world could not be seduced by beauty, and Jin Xinhuang himself was the leader in this aspect. No matter what method she used, as long as she won him over, there would naturally be a way to make him not turn back. What Jin Xinhuang Fei had, she also had. What Jin Xinhuang Fei didn't have, she also had. No matter how she looked at it, her chances of winning were greater. Jingwan probably didn't think that in this extremely short period of time, this cousin's niece's thoughts had turned so many twists and turns. If she knew, she would probably say, "Miss Pei, where did this come from? You're thinking too much." If Peisher really wanted to borrow Jin Xinhuang to rise, the best and simplest way was to take out all of Peisher's power and help him to the greatest extent. Honestly, don't make any messy moths. No matter how big this ambition was, don't show it. After the matter was done, no matter how bad it was, at least 30%. Even if it didn't reach the expected height, based on the special relationship between Peisher and Jin Xinhuang. Based on Peisher's large number of talents and deep background, it was only a matter of time before they once again became a genuine aristocratic family. The clan head of Peisher thought too much, calculated too much, had too much ambition, and thought too highly of himself. Little did he know that the power of Peisher, in Li Hongyuan's eyes, was actually worse than chicken ribs. Moreover, he was the kind of person who had a strong desire for control. If you wanted to control him instead, then you could only hee-hee. Jingwan wanted to see the beauty, and this goal was achieved. As for whether she liked or disliked this Miss Pei, because she didn't know the specific thoughts of the other party, she couldn't talk about it for the time being. If it was because she had no choice, or was forced by the clan, or shouldered the clan's honor and disgrace, she could still be forgiven. If, seeing that it was almost time, Jingwan didn't keep them any longer. But when she left, she gave each of them a gift, which was considered a meeting gift. Then she let Gong Mama personally send him out. It was just that on the corridor outside, she unexpectedly met Li Hongyuan, who came to find Jingwan. Even if she hadn't seen Li Hongyuan before, she should have guessed who he was at this time. She hurriedly stopped to greet him. Li Hongyuan turned a blind eye and was about to walk past them when Miss Pei suddenly stopped in her tracks. "Raise your head." Usually, this was actually very rude, but the other party's status was noble, so there was no way for her to refuse. Moreover, wasn't this the situation that Miss Pei wanted? After all, he was her future husband. No matter what, Miss Pei was inexplicably nervous. Her palms were faintly sweaty, and a faint blush crept up her face unconsciously. She raised her head discreetly, but her gaze was downwards. She didn't look directly at Li Hongyuan. Li Hongyuan sized her up for a moment. When he saw Miss Pei's posture, he curled his lips mockingly and left in a huff. Chapter 314. Miss Pei was still in a daze when Miss Min beside her pulled her. Ma inging jia. Miss Pei returned to her senses. Nothing. Let's go. Gong Mama glanced at her and sneered in her heart. Wang Ye only looked at you once. What else could there be? Did you really think that Wang Ye was a lecherous person and that just because he noticed you, he took a fancy to you? The girls taught by Pei Shi were becoming more and more unsightly. Compared to the imperial Gui Fei of the past, the difference was more than just appearance. However, Pei Shi definitely had ideas about Wang Ye for more than a day or two. This girl must have been specially trained to achieve certain goals. Thus, she could easily accept the fact that she would be married to uncle as a concubine. Aristocratic family? Wealthy family? It was the biggest joke in the world. Gong Mama didn't go down to the third floor. She just crouched down at the top of the stairs and didn't wait for the other party to show any sign of shrinking back before she turned back. Miss Min opened her mouth as if she didn't know what to say. After a pause, she finally whispered in dissatisfaction, "This is too rude." And Jin Xin Wang, Yuan, be careful with your words. Pei Ma Ying gently interrupted Miss Min. Let's go. She reached out and took the other's wrist. Li Han Yuan went to find Jingwan. Jingwan was still sitting in the same place, holding her chin and lost in thought. Li Han Yuan waved his hand in front of her. Wan, why are you so serious? Jingwan looked up at him and hooked up a shallow smile. I'm reminiscing about the beauty. Since a Yuan came over now, you must have seen someone. Li Han Yuan nodded. There's no need to reminisce. If Wan likes it, I'll let people peel off that beauty skin and let you hang in front of me. You can look at it every day. Jingwan choked. Did he have to be so cruel? This human skin is just a thin layer. How long can it be preserved if it's animal skin? It's better to leave it on a person. At least it's fresh. Fresh? Li Han Yuan seemed to be chewing. Wan is right. I'll let people study it. It won't be too late to peel it off when it can be kept fresh. Could they not talk about this? Li Han Yuan also knew when to stop and didn't mention it. As for the two Gunyang who had obtained Pei Shi and Min Shi, they returned to Min Shi's ship. As Min Shi's elder brother, who had admired Pei Yuing for a long time, how could they sit quietly when they boarded the ship of Jin Xin Wang, who had a reputation for being dissolute and lecherous? Knowing that the two had returned, they naturally rushed over in a hurry. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with the two, they suppressed their impatience and revealed a warm smile. They pretended to be unintentional, but in reality, they were trying to find out why Jin Xin Wang Fei wanted to see them. He was afraid that something unexpected would happen. Pei Xiaoying directly said that she was a little tired and went back to her room. Young Master Min naturally nodded his head and agreed. He watched them leave gracefully and then pulled his sister to ask all kinds of questions. Jin Xin Wang Fei or whatever, he had no interest at all. He only paid attention to how Jin Xin Wang was doing. And what about Jin Xin Wang? It was just the last time they met, and the other party only said one sentence. But when he heard this sentence, young Master Min directly exploded and lost his reason. He wanted to rush onto the largest official ship and fight Li Han Yuan. Min Shi was too lazy to pay attention to him. In any case, every time someone tried to matchmake Ma Ying Jie, he would go crazy. The wooden planks between the two ships had already been removed. If you have the ability, go up ah. Although Min Shi was a broad-minded person, it didn't mean that she was stupid. As a bystander, she might be able to see more clearly than Pei Xiaoying who was involved. She was at least 70% sure that Jin Xin Wang Fei wanted to see Ma Ying Jie, and she was only there in passing. Ma Ying Jie's attitude was also very strange. There must be something that she didn't know. However, no matter what the secret was, she wasn't interested in exploring it. She just looked at her elder brother with pity. Ma Ying Jie wasn't someone that you could covet. Save it. Every time you go crazy behind her back. Not to mention that Pei Shi and Ma Ying Jie didn't know. Even if they knew, they wouldn't pay attention to you. With no way to find them, young Master Min randomly cursed Li Han Yuan on his own ship. He called out his surname and scolded Li Han Yuan as unbearable as he could. Fortunately, everyone on the ship was on his own side. Otherwise, even if he didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. After that, the journey was smooth and there weren't any problems. When they arrived at Sichuanzhou Fu, there were also many officials lining the streets to welcome them. This time, all the important officials in Shannon County, except for the Admiral Xuezheng who was detained, were all present. Li Hongyuan's gaze swept over them one by one, but didn't say much. Tomorrow was the provincial examination, and Li Hongyuan didn't deliberately delay the time. Perhaps it was a habit formed in the two places, but this time they also prepared a side courtyard. As the main examiner, Li Hongyuan, the boss, wasn't present, so naturally there wasn't a banquet. Without paying attention to the others, he directly called the deputy examiner and threw out 3 sets of questions, letting him choose one by himself. The third round would be brought up to the first round and quickly prepare the exam questions needed tomorrow. Although this was against the rules, but at this time, no one would foolishly go up and talk to Jin Xinwang about the rules. Speaking of which, this deputy examiner was relieved. If they really followed the conventional order, even if it was printed and not copied, they wouldn't be able to produce the exam questions tomorrow. At that time, could they still say that it was Jin Xinwang's fault? Naturally, they couldn't. The deputy examiner also didn't dare to be negligent. At this time, he also didn't refuse. He casually took one of the 3 sets, and then asked Jin Xinwang to send a few guards. Li Hongyuan let Li Suyin transfer a few people to escort him back to the examination courtyard. The original examiners were all waiting there. When they learned of Jin Xinwang's decision, they all breathed a sigh of relief. However, even so, they still had to quickly prepare the exam questions for the third round. Because of the urgency of time, they couldn't care too much about the rules and work together. The provincial examination was important. Li Hongyuan didn't see the other officials. It was simply open and above board. In fact, even if there wasn't this matter, Li Hongyuan said that he didn't see them. It was also justified. Jingwan was a bit puzzled. Since printing was already available, why did the exam questions still need to be copied? In order to be completely unified, wasn't printing better? A scholar should have the appearance of scholar. How could the exam questions be printed? Li Hongyuan lightly opened his mouth. This is the reason for making this rule. Li Hongyuan gave an affirmative answer. Jingwan was also speechless. Just like in her previous life, there were a large number of students and a large number of exam questions. If they were to be manually copied, just thinking about it made her shiver. The teachers would definitely go on strike in groups. The next day, the doors of the examination courtyard opened wide. The examinees entered and were strictly searched one by one. Moreover, there were black-robed guards with knives to suppress the scene. Before they even entered, their legs were already weak, especially those who had something wrong with them. Even if it was just a little bit, they were all found out. It seemed that because of the problems in the previous examination, the provincial examination this time was especially strict. After entering, time was up. The doors of the examination courtyard closed and the rules were explained. Then, the examination questions were directly given. It could be said that it wasn't clean and efficient. However, when the examinees received the examination questions, there was a commotion one after another. Was there a mistake with the questions? The sound of gongs and drums rang. For a moment, the examinees quieted down and waited for an explanation. It wasn't that the questions were wrong. It was really the third round's questions that had been brought up to the first round. It was called a test of everyone's ability to adapt to the situation and lay a foundation for future officials. After all, at that time, anything could happen. Those who were still clear-headed knew that this was nonsense. They also quickly understood the reason behind it. It actually didn't have much of an impact on these people. If you like to hear the official nonsense, then listen to a few sentences. If you didn't like to hear it, then just go in one ear and out the other. For the examinees, did the adjustment of the examination room's order have any impact? Of course not. The impact was actually very big. It was an examination that concerned their entire life. Most people were nervous. The imperial examinations rounds were actually progressing from easy to difficult. Some people were more confident in the beginning. When faced with a difficult question, they would naturally be more nervous. Moreover, if they didn't answer well, the later rounds would inevitably be affected. The result could be imagined. Look, it was just the beginning. Some people's hands and feet were already trembling and sweating. They couldn't sit still, and their hands couldn't hold the pen. They could barely hold it. Large drops of ink dripped onto the paper. Fortunately, it was only draft paper. If not, in just 2 hours, there were actually people who fainted. Without a doubt, this examination was completely over. One had to know that according to the normal order, those who did well in the earlier rounds might not do so well in the later rounds, but they still had a chance. Obviously, the adjustment of the rounds had a more serious impact than expected. Facing the other examiner's gazes, Li Hongyuan sneered. Although your previous words were dignified, they weren't without reason. If you can't even handle such a small matter, how can you handle the world affairs? This kind of person, even if he is talented, is not suitable to be an official. It's better to remove him as soon as possible. Chapter 3:15. With that said, the others naturally didn't dare to say more. They just loved to surf the internet. It had to be known that these people might not have been involved in the previous court examination cheating case or participated in the SALT policy, but that didn't mean that they weren't involved in corruption. A knife called living hell was still hanging over their heads. They had heard of the wretchedness of the many officials in Chongzhou. But even if they gave away all their wealth, it didn't mean that the matter was over. The other examiners had to keep watch. Li Hongyuan was an exception. He could leave or stay as he pleased, but no one said a word. Regardless of whether it was because of fear or something else, when he wasn't there, they were much more relaxed. Thus, perhaps they wished that he didn't come. Li Hongyuan didn't just wash his hands of the matter. No matter if it was morning or afternoon, he would take some time to come and sit. 3 days and 2 nights later, it was time for the first exam. Other than the fact that more people were taken out in the middle of the exam than in previous years, there didn't seem to be any difference. All the answer sheets were collected and sealed. Because the inner curtain official was still busy copying the questions that should have been in the first exam, but had been placed in the third exam, marking the papers was temporarily put aside. Li Hongyuan hugged his wife to sleep every night. Everything that happened outside seemed to have nothing to do with him. Compared to his leisure, Jingwan could be said to be busy. Ever since the start of the provincial examination, there had been a succession of officials' wives coming to visit. It had to be known that the prefectural city and county city were the same, but Chongzhou couldn't compare to them. In a normal prefectural city, the prefectural leader was the boss, at most a 4th-rank official. In a county city, the prefectural leader could only stand to the side. Perhaps she had once thought of being picky and accepting, but now it was different. Regardless of whether the gift was light or heavy, Jingwan accepted it all. She would warm up to those that caught her eye, and she couldn't be bothered with those that didn't catch her eye. After all, her attitude had been made clear. These things were completely insufficient. The exact situation in Chongzhou wasn't known, but she could probably empathize with those people. The greed of Jin Wangfei was like a bottomless pit that couldn't be filled. But even so, what could she do? Not give it. In 2 days, after Jin Xinwang finished his provincial examination, he would invite the officials to drink tea. It was possible that he would not be able to return. In this way, no matter how painful or ruthless her heart was, she could only grit her teeth and endure. Not only that, when she faced Jin Xinwang Fei again, she still had to wear a smiling face, hold her up, flatter her, and only hope to coax her to be happy so that she could blow wind in Jin Xinwang's ear. Of course, everyone knew that if the matter was too big, it would be useless to rely solely on Bianfeng. However, according to the situation of Chongzhou Prefecture, as long as the treasury was more or less tidied up, it would not be difficult to fool Prince Jin with the items on the account. Of course, as long as Jin Xinwang did not leave Jiangnan, the suspended hearts of the people would not be able to fall to the ground. It wasn't until the afternoon of the second exam that an unexpected visitor came. Perhaps the visitor knew Li Hongyuan's schedule for the past few days. When the visitor came, Li Hongyuan had just woken up from his afternoon nap. When Li Hongyuan saw the post, he didn't comment on it. He tossed the post aside and let them in. Jingwan picked up the post and saw the name at the end. Min Yuhan? This is a member of the Min clan? What did this person come here for? The former fiancé of the Imperial Gui Fei. Li Hongyuan did not hide anything. To make that person on the throne suspect and even kill the culprit. His tone was undisciplined. It should have been a shocking matter, but from his mouth, it was categorized as today's weather is good. At least Jingwan's heart jumped. Yuan has seen him? Did he come here on his own? This person hates the historical imperial family, especially that person on the throne, to the bone. Last year's incident at the western border was caused by him. He was discovered in time and captured, so it did not lead to more serious consequences. The person was brought to Chengde's summer palace. At that time, his identity was known. Jingwan wanted to say, "You have people at the border. Your hands are stretched too far." However, this was not the main point. Because of the Imperial Gui Fei, you let him go? He volunteered to be a spy for this prince and work in Jiangnan. Jingwan's expression was a little difficult to say. After a moment, she said, because of the deep roots of love, he originally hated her. After seeing you, he changed his attitude. Just because you're the only bloodline of the person he loves? Even if half of the blood of his enemy is in you, he still loves you more than he hates you? Some things should be known to him. Li Hongyuan was a little meaningful. Jingwan understood tacitly. If nothing happened in the middle, how could there be such a big change in his attitude? Also, according to this man's temperament, if he did not do anything and just let her go, it would not be in line with his character. Jingwan could even imagine that Min Yuhan was in so much pain that he wanted to die. He probably did not die immediately because he wanted to send his beloved child to the throne. Then he would have a little face to see his beloved. Jingwan did not comment on this kind of person. She could only say that a pitiful person must have a hateful side. Li Hongyuan went to see Min Yuhan. Compared to last year, he did not look as dispirited, especially on the outside. After meticulous grooming, he seemed to have finally found his way forward and had the motivation to continue living. After nearly a year of recuperation, he had put on some weight and was able to support his clothes. His bearing that belonged to an aristocratic family was evident. Even though he was already middle-aged, he did not lose his handsomeness. It was just that he had experienced the vicissitudes of life. If one were to describe this vicissitudes of life, it would be wisdom. This kind of person could easily not express his emotions because his heart was already dead. However, when needed, he could also be a top-notch actor. "Greetings, Your Highness." Min Yuhan greeted Li Hongyuan calmly. However, his gaze was always downcast, and he did not look at Li Hongyuan. It was obvious that his heart was not so calm. Li Hongyuan sat on the main seat casually. "What do you want from me?" He was not polite at all. This matter is very important. It involves not only the short-sighted officialdom, but also the struggle between the aristocratic families. Although I know that Your Highness is talented and wise, you are not particularly familiar with Jiangnan. It is inevitable that you will be negligent. There are also some people who are sinister. This commoner is bold and wants to make a decision on my own. I want to do something for Your Highness. However, I do not know what Your Highness is planning and dare not act rashly to avoid alerting the enemy. I just sorted out the relationship between the aristocratic families and the officialdom, hoping that it will be of some use to Your Highness. As he finished speaking, Min Yuhan presented a small booklet. Li Hongyuan did not refuse. He let Muin take the booklet and casually flipped through it. After reading 2 or 3 pages, Li Hongyuan's face was slightly solemn. He flipped through the booklet until it was finished and pressed it beside his hand. It is somewhat useful. Although Li Hongyuan had planted people in Jiangnan, there were limitations and it was not convenient for him to make a move. For example, within the aristocratic families, the closer the person was to the core, the harder it was to arrange a spy. The people around those people were generally from a young age and were very loyal. Whether it was bribing or replacing them, it was very difficult. Min Yuhan was different. He was the direct descendant of the main family of the Min family and was originally highly valued. However, he was marginalized by the family because of an accident. Now that he had returned to the family, even if the family was still indifferent, they could not deny his talent. There were some things that he did not need to take the initiative to do, but people would take the initiative to come to him. He would occasionally say a few words and hit the nail on the head. Naturally, the family would rely on him more and more. If he wanted to know something, it would not attract attention if it did not affect the family's interests. This might not be a big deal within the aristocratic families, but it was very difficult for outsiders to find out. When Min Yuhan heard this, he was slightly relieved. It would be great if it could be useful to Prince Pei. To be honest, when Li Hanyuan met with an accident, he was as worried and anxious as anyone else. However, he quickly realized that things might not be as he had expected. Because of those traces, he calmed down and carefully probed. With some deductions, he had already guessed most of the situation. Even though he knew that Li Hanyuan was not really in danger, Min Yuhan's mood did not improve at all. Instead, his life experience became even more gloomy. All these years, he had been muddle-headed and didn't think too much about it. After he woke up, he carefully sorted out the things that happened back then and felt that something was wrong. Some things weren't as simple as they seemed on the surface. In the past year, while he was secretly helping Li Hanyuan with some things, he carefully investigated little by little. Heaven didn't disappoint those who worked hard. Finally, he found something useful. Just the little bit of information that surfaced made him hate Patriarch Pei to the bone. Back then, when he was still a prince, he went down south and met the daughter of the Pei family by chance. He fell in love at first sight. At that time, the current clan leader Pei and his brother were fighting for the position of clan leader. That kind of fight was not inferior to the fight for the position of clan leader. It was just that the scope of the fight was not as big. The current clan leader Pei's brother grabbed onto this matter and did not let go. He said that not only was it related to the imperial family, it was also against the teachings of the ancestors. The clan leader Pei loved his daughter so much that he even did some inappropriate things. However, in the end, he chose the family and gave up on himself. Not only did he let his youngest daughter die suddenly, he also heartlessly removed her from the family tree. Because of this, he was very depressed for a period of time. However, Min Yuhan realized that to a certain extent, this matter had established his unshakable position as the successor. Min Yuhan also understood the current clan leader Pei's character from various aspects. The more he understood, the more frightened, and at the same time, the more he hated him. As the clan leader of the Pei family, he might be impeccable for the benefit of the entire family. However, he was cold-blooded and heartless. He was ruthless, and his methods were ruthless. As long as he thought it was worth it, he would not even blink an eye. As long as he thought it was worth it, he would even give up on his own family. He would even use all kinds of schemes. In his eyes, there were only useful people and useless people. The former could be doted on in every possible way. The latter, under normal circumstances, would be completely ignored. If they bumped into him, he would not hesitate to trample them into the mud. Because of this further understanding, he did not think that the incident back then was just a coincidence. He further investigated. Although there was no concrete evidence, according to his guess, Feng Wu being seen by Emperor Cheng was perhaps not an accident at all. It was a setup, and this person was most likely the old clan leader Pei. Min Yuhan once again became a trapped beast. Bit by bit, he rushed into the Pei family to confront him face to face. Previously, he did not understand the reason why the clan leader Pei did this until he understood that the Pei family had been paying attention to Jin Qin Wang all these years. Until he knew that it was possible that the old thing had kidnapped Jin Qin Wang. It was as if he was enlightened. He thought a possibility. All the schemes were perhaps for one thing. A prince with the Pei family's bloodline. As long as the operation was done properly, the Pei family entering the imperial court would be a matter of pushing the boat with the current. Although it was only a guess, but after thinking it over and over again, this possibility was very large. Moreover, he completely did not have a reason to exonerate that old thing. He was so sure that it could be said that he hated that old thing to the bones, especially when the other party put on a hypocritical face and sighed to him, saying that the Pei family had wronged him. He hated that he could not drink his blood and eat his flesh. But what he was even more shocked about was that his hatred was monstrous, yet he did not show the slightest bit of it and feigned civility. However, This plan could not keep up with the changes. No one would have thought that because of him, Emperor Cheng, who was very suspicious, would kill Xuan Xiu in a rage. Moreover, Xuan Xiu's only son was born as a devil. Even though Emperor Cheng treated his son very well, he did not give him any rights. Probably because of this, the Pei family did not come knocking on his door earlier. Now, that old thing finally made a move on Jin Qinhuang. How could he endure it? Wang Ya, the Pei family has malicious intentions, especially the Pei family's clan head, that old thing. In order to achieve his goal, he would do anything. Wang Ya, please be careful. That old thing's actions have been known by you. It seems that he is not very secret of awe. Li Hanyuan was indifferent. It was not contempt, but he felt that it was better than contempt. Chapter 316. Min Yuhan forced a smile. Hearing what your highness said, you must not have been misled by the other party. Thinking about it, with your highness's wisdom, how could you be so easily bullied by that kind of person? You have a lot of opinions about him, and even a lot of resentment. What? Did you discover something new in the past year? Li Hanyuan didn't comment on his flowers. Instead, he casually tapped on the booklet under his hand. The hatred in Min Yuhan's eyes was directly released at this moment, but then she realized that she should not lose her composure. She closed her eyes fiercely, and when she opened them again, the emotions in them were completely gone. After thinking for a while, she speculated about what she had found out. It's not strange that that old thing would do such a thing. Li Hanyuan did not have any emotions. However, speaking of which, to a certain extent, this prince should be grateful to him. Without his move, this prince might not exist. How can it not exist? Without this matter, you should be my son. Min Yuhan was so agitated that she blurted out such a rebellious thing. Li Hanyuan laughed mockingly, looking at Min Yuhan as if he was looking at a dead person. Min Yuhan felt a chill all over her body, and only then did she realize that she had said something inappropriate. Your Highness, please forgive this commoner. This commoner was just momentarily. Even if she married you back then, the child she gave birth to will have the blood of you and her. So, what does this have to do with this prince? Can your blood be the same as the one on the dragon throne and produce the same offspring? Even if you have the same father and mother, the two children will be completely different. Li Hanyuan did not seem to be angry, and his mood seemed to be quite good. Your Highness is right. This commoner was impetuous and did not mean to offend you. Please forgive me. If there is nothing else, you can leave. This prince still has to go to the tribute institution. Li Hongyuan's expression changed in an instant, and he unceremoniously asked her to leave. This commoner heard that the Min family has a boat from Chongzhou Prefecture to Chuanzhou Prefecture with your Highness. Does your Highness know the person on the boat? Min Yuhan hesitated. Pei Xiuying. Li Hanyuan directly pointed out, that's all you have? Is this king's lecherous reputation so deeply rooted in people's hearts? This commoner has worried too much. This commoner will take his leave. Min Yuhan bowed and left. Speaking of which, Min Yuhan was simply too concerned. To a certain extent, he really treated Li Hanyuan as his own son. Of course, this was only in his heart. He no longer had any expectations or attachments to the world. Now, he only wanted to do his best to help Fu Cheng's child ascend the throne. Perhaps he would add one more point to prevent that old thing from getting what he wanted. This latter point, perhaps he didn't need to do anything himself. Looking at Jin Qinhuang's attitude, it could be said that he would end up trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. He must let him die with a grievance. There was also Pei Xiuying. Even someone like her was being compared to Bai Xiuying. He had to do something. After exiting the door, Min Yuhan's face seemed to have changed. It was as if he was shrouded in gloom and pain. He was trying his best to restrain himself. If Jingwan saw this, she would probably gasp in amazement again. These acting skills were amazing. Speaking of which, how many people were staring at Li Hanyuan now? Those who came to find him would naturally be known by all parties. At this time, it was very difficult to secretly come to see him. As such, they might as well visit him openly. Those who didn't know the reason would naturally allow him to guess and inquire. Those who knew the reason, what could they do? They wouldn't say a word. When he heard that Jin Wangya was going to Jiangnan, Min Yuhan had been in a state of anxiety for quite some time. At this time, it was already close to his eyelids. It was reasonable that he couldn't help but visit. Those who frequently interacted with the Pei family's main family would sooner or later discover some clues just from his face. As for Cheng Di, would he be worried that this matter would be known by others? Naturally not. In fact, other people didn't know that Li Honyuan first knew about his birth mother from Cheng Di's mouth. At that time, it was because of Pei Shi and the imperial Gui Fei herself that her birth was concealed. Cheng Di's taboo was never this, but the death of the imperial Gui Fei. What was even more taboo was that he killed her with his own hands. If this layer of relationship was exposed, he wouldn't care as long as there was no contact between them. This time, he sent Yu Zhongqing to follow Li Honyuan to prevent this son from winning over the officials of Jiangnan. It was also to prevent him from coming into contact with Pei Shi's people. If they didn't come into contact, it was naturally good for everyone. If they did, he would have to take some measures in the future. Of course, this was his most beloved son after all. It was just restricting his freedom so that he couldn't leave the capital. If Pei Shi tried to use his son to do something, he wouldn't be soft-hearted. In any case, he didn't have a good impression of Pei Shi. Li Honyuan looked at the door, lost in thought for a moment. He retracted his gaze, looked at the book, and casually threw it to an "Do as you see fit." And he took it and made a sound of agreement. Li Honyuan still took a stroll around the tribute court. It seemed that there wasn't any change, but in fact, he had another plan in his heart. The number of people he wanted to kill and deter seemed to have increased. Although the main residence of the Min clan wasn't in Chuanzhou Fu, it wasn't willing to leave Chuanzhou Fu. There were quite a few Min clan members in Chuanzhou Fu. For example, the Min clan siblings who arrived at Chuanzhou Fu with Li Honyuan were still in the Fu city. Speaking of which, these two people were very close to Min Yuhan. Their grandfather was Min Yuhan's cousin. This good-looking, good-tempered, and knowledgeable maternal grandfather had just gone out for a trip, but when he came back, he immediately collapsed. He was directly carried down from the carriage, but this startled everyone in the residence. They hurriedly brought him into the house and called for a doctor. They were busy saving people inside the house, and outside the house, they began to interrogate the manservant about what had happened. The manservant was also trembling with fear. Old master went to pay his respects to Jin Qinhuang. When he came out, he didn't look too good. In the end, in the carriage, many of the younger generation were filled with righteous indignation, wondering if Jin Qinhuang had done something to him. As for the head of the residence, she seemed to be silent. Obviously, she was the one who knew the truth. After a moment, the old madam sighed. Sinful, the younger generation didn't understand and asked one after another. The old madam waved her hand, telling them not to ask too much. This matter was a secret between the Pei clan and the imperial family. It was better not to know. When the doctor came out, he asked the reason for fainting. Sure enough, it was due to excessive stimulation. In addition, his body wasn't very good and he had been depressed recently. As the sister-in-law, she went into the room to take a look. Even though he was unconscious, he was still restless. His mouth kept shouting something. Only she knew that it was two words, "Hey, hey." Chapter 317. As the son of an aristocratic family, you're actually such an infatuated person. It's been almost 30 years, and you still can't let go. She didn't know whether to sigh or ridicule him. It was normal for a son of an aristocratic family to have many wives and concubines and heaps of children. For a woman like this, not only did he not marry for life, he didn't even have a servant girl to warm his bed. That was the oddity and the object of ridicule. Many people would be disappointed, and many people would say that he didn't look like a man when it came to love. But from a woman's point of view, how many people didn't agree with him on the surface, but their hearts were sour and jealous. They were sour because they couldn't meet a man who only cared about them. They were jealous of the woman he was thinking about. Then she ordered people to serve him well and inform her as soon as he was ready. This person's curiosity was not so easy to extinguish. Sometimes, the more she stopped him, the more he wanted to know. This group of Min Shi's juniors secretly wanted to find the truth. But this matter was obviously related to Jin Xinwang. What could be related to Jin Xinwang? It was said that people loved to imagine a love and hate relationship. Not to mention other things, they still knew the reason why Min Yuhan didn't marry. It was said that his fiancée, Pei Shi's daughter, had a sudden illness not long before the marriage. He was deeply in love with his fiancée, and the other party's death was a huge blow to him. He was once unable to recover from the setback, and it took several years for him to recover. Even so, he was always traveling outside. It was said that Pei Shi's daughter was recognized as the #1 beauty in Jiangnan. Even the current Pei Yuing was not as good as her. If you ask me, maybe granduncle's fiancée didn't die at all, but was snatched away by Jin Shang. We all know the relationship between Pei Shi and the Li imperial family. For the sake of the family's reputation, it was announced that she died of a sudden illness. When encountering this kind of thing, isn't that how everyone handles it? Maybe Jin Xinwang is the child of great-granduncle's fiancée, and the kind that looks very similar. That's why he got such a big shock, just because he met her once. The girl that Pei Yuing called Yuan Yuan said, as if it was a matter of fact. The others listened and looked at each other. What was that? It sounded like nonsense, but it seemed to make sense. Little did they know that this brain had already guessed most of the truth. On the way back to Chuanshan, I saw Jin Xinwang once. Although it was just a quick glance, but now that I think about it, I feel that he looks more and more like a member of the Pei family. The others didn't know what to say. Yuan, some things can't be said carelessly. If outsiders hear it, I'm just saying it in my own house. How can I let outsiders hear it? She inadvertently caught a glimpse of the old madam coming out of the room. The old madam had a speechless look on her face. She immediately went up to her with a smile and took her arm. Third grandmother, am I right? She then shook her arm like a spoiled child. Old madam reached out and poked her forehead. You don't think too much about it. Although he was at home, he still had to be prepared for any eventualities. Many things were caused by careless talk. Yuan's words should be taken as a joke. Don't spread it around. All right, let's disperse. Everyone looked at each other again. Could it be that Yuan had guessed correctly? That was really two. The others were still in an indescribable mood. Instead, it was Miss Yuan's elder brother who couldn't suppress his excitement. If it was really like this, in terms of seniority, Ma Yingying was Jin Xinwang's niece. He was a dignified Xinwang. What kind of beauty couldn't he have? He wouldn't be so shameless as to forcefully snatch his own niece. He really didn't want face. Pei Shi also wanted face. She absolutely wouldn't allow this kind of thing to happen. How could he know that the truth was the opposite of what he thought? Miss Yuan understood her elder brother very well, especially when it came to Ma Yingying Jiejia. Just by looking at his expression, she knew what he was thinking. She secretly rolled her eyes. Even if there was no Jin Xinwang, it still wouldn't be your turn. However, she was also very clear. Don't look at how her elder brother was deeply in love with Ma Yingying Jiejia and had the attitude of not marrying anyone else. However, even if Ma Yingying Jiejia married someone else in the end, he would at most be depressed for a period of time. He absolutely wouldn't reach the level of great-granduncle. It was even more impossible for him to not marry for his entire life and not have a single person by his side right now. There were no less than 3 Tongfang maids. This elder brother of hers, in essence, was the same as other young masters of aristocratic families. Min Yuhan wasn't unconscious for too long. It was only half a day before he woke up. It was true that he was unconscious, and the reason for his coma was also true. It was just that he didn't restrain himself. Instead, he repeatedly thought about those things that caused him the most pain and hatred. This infinitely magnified the negative emotions, causing the final result to not be surprising. After waking up, his entire person didn't seem to be much different from before. However, those who were close to him could clearly feel that he was more silent and more indifferent. This was a heart disease. As the saying goes, a heart disease needs to be treated with medicine of the heart. However, this medicine of the heart was long gone. Thus, no one could do anything about it. Min Yuhan rested for 2 days. Then, he got someone to pack his things. He was going to the main residence of the Pei family. To be exact, he was going to meet the Pei family head. The Min family and the Pei family's old residences were both in county cities and not in the prefectural city. Their residences took up almost half of the entire county city. In fact, the number of people with other surnames wasn't less than in other counties. It could be imagined that the county where their old residences were located was at least twice the size of an ordinary county city. The degree of prosperity wasn't inferior to the prefectural city, but it was also more peaceful and harmonious, clean and orderly. Of course, in such a place, the county magistrate was just a decoration. Not to mention the county city, it should be a large area of the entire county. That was all private territory. If anything happened, it would be their family affairs and private affairs. The Pei family and the Min family belonged to 2 different prefectures. However, they weren't far apart. A spacious road was specially opened between the 2 families. It was only 300 to 400 miles from the Chuanzhou prefectural city to the Min family's main residence. It was far more convenient and faster than taking the regular road to the Pei family's main residence. In other words, if Min Yuhan wanted to go to the Pei family's main residence, he had to go home first. This time, going to the Pei family's main residence might cause him to become enemies. However, so what? He didn't care at all. No one knew what Min Yuhan wanted to do except himself. If Li Hongyuan knew, he would probably still be indifferent. In his opinion, it was purely superfluous. A few days later, the 3rd round of the provincial examination ended smoothly. Most of the people who walked out of the examination hall felt that it was so simple. In fact, it was because the easiest questions were placed last. The questions set by a group of big shots in the imperial court should be more difficult. The difficult questions were placed first. In comparison, the questions at the end were naturally easier. Because there were people who came out in the 1st round, the people outside knew that the order of the examination had been adjusted. Everyone would think that there would be an impact. Those who took the examination for the first time were better off. Those who took it for granted would be more affected the more times they took the examination. Those who were waiting might not be more relaxed than those who were taking the examination. Without a doubt, there were those who were beaming with joy, while there were also those who were wailing loudly. Naturally, there were also those who were calm. However, no matter what, after being in the examination hall for so long, 99% of them were mentally and physically exhausted. It was only right for them to have a good sleep. These people didn't care. The examination hall had already started to mark the papers. Every paper would go through at least 3 people's hands. With the King of Hell in charge, no one dared to be careless. There were only 3 days to come out with the results. It was also a big project. Li Hongyuan waved his hand and left. He turned around and went to the treasury of the Chuanzhou prefecture. Seeing that the treasury was almost piled up with gold and silver, Li Hongyuan casually picked up a few silver ingots and gold bricks and looked at them. He threw them back. He didn't control his strength, and the silver ingots scattered and fell to the ground. Box up all the gold and silver and ship them back to the capital. In the Chuanzhou prefecture, because it wasn't time for taxes to be paid into the national treasury, they didn't think of directly sending them back to the capital. That was why they came up with such a childish idea. Now, with the previous example, they didn't even think about it and directly sent them back to the capital. As such, who would dare to have any ideas? As for the origin of these gold and silver, Li Hongyuan didn't want to know at all. He was 100% sure that it wasn't originally from the treasury. Li Hongyuan had stayed in the Chuanzhou prefecture for so long. If they still hadn't prepared for this, it could only be said that they had put their necks under the butcher's knife. If they didn't want the opportunity given, it could be said that there was a hole in their heads. Fortunately, in front of their lives and money, these people still had hope. It was just unknown how much each of them had taken from their pockets. When the officials of the Chuanzhou prefecture learned of Li Hongyuan's decision, they seemed to have expected it. They were all silent. As for what they were thinking in their hearts, it was unknown. After checking the treasury, the next step was naturally the accounts. If they thought it was the same as the Chongzhou prefecture, they would be gravely mistaken. The good show had just begun. Chapter 3:18. After checking the treasury, the next step was naturally to check the accounts. If one thought that it was the same as Chongzhou prefecture, then one would be gravely mistaken. The good show had only just begun. Of course, there were still similarities. All the officials gathered together and made their own beds in the courtyard. Other than that, they had to take care of their own meals. Don't think that by having your family send your meals over, you could eat comfortably. The premise of comfort was not being picked on by Jin Xinwang. In front of this person, he would say this meal has 2 more dishes than Ben Wang. In front of that person, he would say so and so, you're quite enjoying it, or else it would be Wang Fei advocates frugality, causing the officials' meals to get smaller and smaller with each meal more shabby than the last. However, after 2 days, each and every one of them was just a little better than eating pickled vegetables and eating steamed buns. At home, they tried every possible way to tamper with that little bit of food. Once they tasted a certain familiar taste, they would never eat a second bite. Now, tears were streaming down their cheeks as they secretly vowed that they would cherish it in the future. How could their little actions escape the eyes of the Black Robe Guards and Li Hongyuan's imperial bodyguards, especially the secret contacts? However, they all followed Jin Xinwang's instructions and looked on coldly as if they did not see anything. Speaking of which, if they did not do something, how would they be able to get hold of more information that could be used against them? Sometimes, the more you did, the more mistakes you made. Now, it was obviously this kind of situation, especially when they were doing little things under the eyes of the living king of hell. It was purely because they did not want to die quickly enough. The most direct result was that Jin Xinwang Fei became more and more greedy, more and more black-hearted. She clearly sent gifts again and again, but she still did not see her family's return home. Speaking of which, although they guessed that it was Jin Xinwang Fei who was greedy, but with so many things, they did not really hide it. The possibility that Jin Xinwang did not know was close to zero. Such unbridled greed. Did it also have Jin Xinwang's tacit consent or even incitement? Therefore, as long as he didn't know the exact answer, his imagination wouldn't stop. Jinwan didn't care what those people thought. She was now working hard to squeeze those officials dry of their assets that didn't belong to them. Naturally, Li Hongyuan was incomparably supportive. However, he still kept saying that his wife was too soft-hearted. According to the extravagance of these officials, their little bit of salary wasn't even enough to feed their family. Therefore, the so-called little bit that belonged to them was actually already gone. If it was up to him, he would squeeze them dry until they were poor and had to tighten their belts to survive. Jiangnan was a land of affluence. On the other hand, the price of living there was actually higher than in the capital. A mansion could easily cost hundreds of taels of silver. In the capital, there were not many mansions that were worth millions of taels of silver. An official in Jiangnan, unless he did not engage in social activities or raise servants, lived a simple life as a family and lived in a small courtyard. That bit of salary could probably be raised, but was it possible? Every place paid attention to connections, paid attention to relationships. It was impossible to be completely independent of the circle. In the capital, with the support of the highest ruler, you could still be a lonely official. Elsewhere, it was simply a fool's dream. Normally, it would be the family opening a few shops, buying some land, and building some manors. Otherwise, it would be the family members who were proficient in gold and stone. Of course, these were not the only channels. What was abnormal was naturally the gray income. Under normal circumstances, this was the most important. Jingwan thought that it was fine to just cut off this part. She didn't want to make people unable to live. What about those people who were plundered? There's one thing that didn't seem to be told to Wan Wan. Li Suyin accidentally knew something before. 3 years ago, there was an earthquake in Minshan County. There were 20,000 people who survived, and they reported 50,000 to the court. The court allocated 50,000 silver to settle down the 50,000 people, and all of it was embezzled. Do you know what happened to those 20,000 people? Jingwan's expression was not very good. Displaced? Living in poverty? Li Hanyuan touched Jingwan's face. From this point of view, Wan Wan is indeed a Jiao Jiao who was raised in a boudoir. She is too naive. Those people were pushed into the pile of corpses and burned to death together. Seeing Jingwan's face turn pale in an instant, he knew it was a little cruel for her. However, the cold smile on his face did not disappear. Minshan County is in the territory of Chuanzhou Prefecture. Wan Wan, tell me, in this matter, from the governor and governor of Shannon Commandery, to the governor of Chuanzhou Prefecture, to the magistrate of Minshan County, who didn't do anything, who is innocent. Even if they don't want to be involved, they are forced to be involved. Otherwise, they will be turned into ashes like those people. Jingwan looked at him. She had to admit that this man was not a good person. He could be cold-blooded and cold-hearted towards people or things that he did not care about. He could calmly say the cruelest things and did not even mind dragging others into the cruel reality. Why did you tell me? Under normal circumstances, didn't love want her to maintain her senses of beauty in the outside world as much as possible? Of course, I want Wan to know and understand me completely. One should naturally stay with the real me. Being fake is not my pursuit. One is marked by the company one keeps. Jingwan seemed to be talking to herself softly. It doesn't matter whether Wan is marked by red or black. However, it's good enough that you have some black ink on you. It's really not easy to dye you as black as me. In his previous life, Wan had experienced a lot of difficulties and hardships. However, even when she was dying, she did not become cynical and maintained her innocence. Jingwan smiled noncommittally. However, it was obvious that she would be more ruthless when she slaughtered people. It was no wonder that Li Hanyuan would be so ruthless to Chuanzhou Prefecture. After the incident in Minshan County, Chuanzhou Prefecture had the most people dismounted. At the same time, Min Yuhan returned to the main residence of the Min family. After staying for a night, she turned to the main residence of the Pei family. There was an old man who looked amiable and wise, and a young girl with an elegant temperament and a calm demeanor, who was beautiful and gentle. One old and one young. They were exceptionally harmonious. However, Min Yuhan was extremely ruthless. She was almost certain that this old thing was raising his great-granddaughter in the same way as raising his daughter. Chapter 319. Clan leader Pei put down the chess piece in his hand and turned his head to look at Min Yuhan, who was walking towards him. It was as though he was looking at his beloved younger generation. After all, it was important to have grandchildren and not children. Towards a younger generation, they were very strict. The more they cared about them, the stricter they would be. Min Yuhan's fondness was always on the surface. It was as though the other party was not a man in his 40s. At this moment, he was waving at Min Yuhan with a loving smile on his face when he did not know anything. He might have been touched. That feeling was as though 20 or 30 years had not existed. Uncle Pei was reminiscing about his daughter. That was the girl that he had always placed in his heart. Hence, he did not care at all. In the past, even when he was often away, he would occasionally come back. His relationship with the other party was very harmonious. He could even naturally put away the frost on his body and treat the other party as his own father. However, after he found out that everything was a lie and a pretense, the seemingly kind person was actually the most ruthless and cold-blooded. He had always maintained his good attitude towards him because he wanted to better maintain the relationship between the two families. Now, he finally understood what kind of situation the Pei family was in. In fact, when he thought about it carefully, it was simply unbelievable that the Pei family could maintain their relationship for such a long time. It could be said to be a miracle. Min Yuhan walked over unhurriedly. Before he could greet him, clan leader Pei had already asked him to sit down. In the past, regardless of whether he was sincere or pretending, he would always greet clan leader Pei politely. However, today, he no longer wanted to pretend. Hence, no matter what the other party's attitude was, he would not accept this greeting. Pei Xiaoying had already automatically made way for Min Yuhan. When Min Yuhan looked over, she pursed her lips and smiled. Pei Xiaoying greets Uncle Min. Min Yuhan did not sit down. Instead, His gaze fell on Pei Xiuying. Logically speaking, even if he was an elder or an ancestor, and the two families were close, as a man, it was very rude and even impolite to look at the other family's daughter without hiding anything. It was not the first time he met Pei Xiuying, but it was the first time he did so. When he came back last year and saw Pei Xiuying, Min Yuhan felt that the other party was a well-educated and gentle girl. She had a bit of Wanwan style in the past. Earlier, she was just a little girl, and he did not have any impression of her. However, he thought that if Wanwan was still around, the daughter she gave birth to would also be this outstanding. But now, the more he looked at her, the more disgusted he felt. There was a saying that went, trying to paint a tiger, but ended up looking like a dog. Especially when he knew that the other party did not reject his great-grandfather's arrangement and even personally went to meet him. In Chuanzhou Fu, he had asked Yuan Yuan about the journey from Chongzhou Fu to Chuanzhou Fu. After hearing Pei Xiuying's attitude, Yuan Yuan did not understand what was going on, but he was very clear about it. Before anything happened, she started to spy on the enemy's situation and attempted to provoke Jin Qinwang Fei's authority. She was simply jackals of the same tribe as her grandfather, arrogant and self-righteous. Who did she think Jin Qinwang was? A wooden puppet who would do everything according to your plan? Even if they were his parents, they would not force their son to sleep with any woman. Moreover, where did the confidence come from to think that the other party would definitely sleep with you? Was it just based on that face? Did she think that all men in the world were shallow and stupid, unable to control their pants when they saw a beautiful woman? Moreover, to put it bluntly, this woman was originally born from a weak background. If you were in a weak position in your family background, then sleeping with her would be a waste of time. You, Pei Yuing, and Jin Qinwang were in this situation, willing to degrade yourself and take the initiative to be a concubine. Could you be any more despicable? A noble daughter of an aristocratic family? Sure enough, this family did not live up to its name. Even the upbringing had become so unbearable. There was no pride, no real nobility, and even less that lofty and unyielding character. Pei Yuing was somewhat uncomfortable under Min Yuhan's gaze, but from beginning to end, she kept her eyes down and maintained a faint smile. If you don't want to smile, then don't smile. In fact, this kind of smile that you thought was perfect was very disgusting. It was not a smile that came from the heart. It was not a sincere smile that transcended boundaries. Min Yuhan sat down and casually picked up a chess piece. Is it the white piece's turn? Without waiting for Clan Head Pei to respond, he placed the piece. What kind of person was Clan Head Pei? He was a sly old fox and naturally had a good grasp of people's changes. Furthermore, Min Yuhan's performance was so obvious. A strange look flashed through his eyes. He picked up the black piece and continued to place the piece. Yuhan, you haven't come to see me for a while. Isn't that so? Great-grandfather was just nagging about Uncle Min. Pei Yuing interrupted with a chuckle. Min Yuhan looked at the chessboard and pondered for a moment. After placing the piece, he said unhurriedly, I've been a little busy recently. Please forgive me, Uncle. Oh, what have you been busy with? Clan Head Pei asked naturally, the kind that was very familiar and affectionate. What have I been busy with? It's considered a major event in my life, Min Yuhan said indifferently. A major event in your life. Yuhan, are you finally going to get married? Good. This is really great. For so many years, you didn't have anyone by your side who cared about you. Now that you've finally thought it through, it can't be better. Clan Head Pei seemed very happy, and his happiness was mixed with emotion. Is that so? Then I have to congratulate Uncle Min, Pei Yuing said with a smile, as if she was very happy for him. Min Yuhan suddenly smiled. Actually, I still have to ask for Uncle's permission on this matter. As soon as he said this, Clan Head Pei suddenly had a bad premonition. Yuhan, what do you mean? Could it be that you want Uncle to be your matchmaker? No problem. Min Yuhan held the piece between his fingers and looked at Clan Head Pei. That's not it. Because of Chun Chun, Uncle has always felt sorry for me. Why don't you marry Pei Yuing to me? Although Pei Yuing is far from Chun Chun, this bit of elegance is enough. What do you think, Uncle? Not to mention how ugly Pei Yu Ying's expression was. The smile on clan head Pei's face disappeared, and he looked solemn. Yuhan, this joke is too much. Joke? No, I'm serious. Chapter 320. Yuhan, you're Pei Ying's elder. The Min family and the Pei family are family friends. If you act like this, it's not good for either of our families. Uncle, you don't think it's good? Min Yuhan interrupted him calmly. I think it's good. You know, I once thought that Pei Ying was specially trained by Uncle. Without a doubt, it's good. After all, Uncle has always treated me like a great-grandchild. You're especially compassionate towards me. I'm very grateful to Uncle. As for the relationship between our families, since it's a marriage alliance, it's natural that the relationship between our families should be better. Pei Ying was screaming crazily in her heart. Who do you think you are? What right do you have? What right do you have? She clenched her handkerchief so tightly that her fingernails almost broke the skin of her palm. However, because of her upbringing, she tried her best to restrain herself. Not only that, she even had a faint smile on her face. In fact, if she really exploded, Min Yuhan might think more highly of her. However, she was still thinking about the bearing of an aristocratic family's daughter. Speaking of which, Patriarch Pei's cultivation was indeed deeper. At this moment, he was still slightly solemn. He stroked his beard and didn't show any signs of anger. Instead, he looked at Min Yuhan with some tolerance, as if he was looking at a junior who had made a mistake. Yuhan, I don't know what's wrong with you today. Did you drink a few more cups before coming here? Or was there some other reason? I hope this matter will end here. It's best for everyone. Min Yuhan's smile became more obvious and more genuine. Many people hadn't seen such a bright smile in many years. This person seemed to have become more than 10 years younger. However, no matter who saw it, they would feel that this smile was especially dazzling. Uncle, do you think I'm not clear-headed? No, I'm very clear-headed. In the past few decades of my life, I've never been more clear-headed than now. I don't understand. Why would Uncle feel that it's not good? Could it be that Uncle actually looks down on me? Was it all fake? If it was so easy to stop, he wouldn't have come. He was here to find trouble. He was even prepared to shed all pretense of cordiality with the Pei family. If he continued to feign civility, he wouldn't be able to bear it. These are two completely different things. How can you confuse them together? Yuhan, you have deep feelings for Pei. Treating her granddaughter like this is an insult to her. Moreover, you're an elder. Acting like this in front of the younger generation is simply disrespectful. You're not only embarrassing yourself, you're embarrassing yourself. Hearing this, Min Yuhan even laughed out loud, as if she had heard the funniest joke in the world. Uncle, what you said is interesting. If Momo knew in the underworld that you, as a father, were preparing to give her grandniece to her son as a concubine, she might just climb out of the mausoleum. Embarrassing? Who's the one who's losing face? Was there anyone else in Pei? The Min families know this matter. How is there anyone else in the Mins? How's his how and how? How? No. This is as that person is. Yanda families is our. Have rehab have A's? Have ses? TVEs. Tites ses enis have AA have. To cause VD had to have a misunderstanding. Min Yuhan patiently explained her findings. Uncle, tell me, where's the misunderstanding? Pei's heart calmed down a little. If that was the case, he could deal with it. However, he realized that Min Yuhan's acuity and his concern for the Pei family seemed to be a little too much. If that was the case, he had to think of a way to get rid of this person. This kind of person was a threat to the Pei family. Yuhan has indeed misunderstood. Uncle, can you swear to the heavens that you don't have such a plan and you won't do it in the future? If you do, the Pei family will be destroyed. Min Yuhan's voice was cold and her eyes were burning. What she said was the most vicious curse for the Pei family. What did Pei care about the most? That was the Pei family. Min Yuhan's words had touched his bottom line and touched his reverse scale. It could be said that she had truly angered him. He did not even bother to hide the hostility in his eyes. It was as if he was looking at a dead person. Min Yuhan met his gaze, but was not afraid at all. Instead, she smiled even more casually. The aura of an aristocratic family's young master was even more prominent. It made people feel that the aura between them had swapped. Pei was the one who was suppressed. It's just an oath. If there's no such thing, then there's naturally nothing. Furthermore, in this world, how many people take oaths seriously? Uncle, don't you think so? As long as Uncle swears to the heavens, I will immediately kowtow and apologize to Uncle. I will even apologize to Pei Yingying. These words were basically blocking Pei Yingying's path. If he made an oath now and went against it in the future, he would not only be breaking his promise. Pei Yingying suddenly smiled. Yuhan has really grown up after being away for so many years. There was a hint of gratification in his words. Min Yuhan nodded her head indifferently. I've been stupid for too long. I have to grow up. Otherwise, I won't even know how I died. Pei Yingying had already put away the emotions that made her angry. The smile on her face had also disappeared. She looked even more composed and dignified. She had already sensed that the atmosphere at this moment was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. There was also a heaviness that she did not know about. This was also the first time she really looked at this granduncle of the Min family. She had once looked down on this granduncle of hers. She thought that he was addicted to love and could not extricate himself. As an aristocratic family's young master, he did not think about returning to the family. Instead, he wandered around all year round. He was simply not a man. He was the shame of an aristocratic family. Such a person should be banished from the family forever. In her opinion, such a man was always a little incompetent and could not be shown in public. Now, it seemed that this was not the case. Uncle might as well consider my proposal. Although I am Pei Yingying's elder, Jin Xinwang is also one. Jin Xinwang is related by blood. This has a greater impact. Moreover, Jin Xinwang has a Wang Fei who is officially married to him. Jin Xinwang Fei's grandfather is the Minister of Personnel and holds great power. Her adoptive mother is Great Princess Royal and is extraordinarily honorable. Pei Yingying was sent over by you. According to Pei Shi's identity and background, she does not even have the qualifications to be its Sifei. After entering the inner courtyard of Jin Xinwang Fu, it is already good that you can bring 2 servant girls to serve you. Now, in the inner courtyard of Jin Xinwang Fu, other than the Wang Fei, there are no other concubines. All the power is naturally in the hands of Jin Xinwang Fei. In the face of a person who is clearly a threat, do you think that Jin Xinwang Fei will be indifferent? Or do you think that Pei Yingying can compete with Jin Xinwang Fei with just 1 or 2 people? Otherwise, do you think that before Jin Xinwang Fei returns to the capital, Pei Yingying can win over Jin Xinwang Fei's heart? She might even get pregnant before marriage. Min Yuhan seemed to be slowly analyzing the pros and cons, but that sentence was stabbing a knife into the chest of Pei clan head and Pei Yingying. Mentioning Jingwan's identity and background, mentioning Pei Yingying's identity and background as a daughter of an aristocratic family, you look down on them. Who would have thought that they did not take you seriously at all? Pei Yingying was once full of confidence that she could defeat Jingwan and become the final winner. But after seeing Jingwan, her confidence took a big hit. Now that she heard Min Yuhan's words, although she did not want to admit it, it was a fact that could not be any more real. That little bit of confidence she had invisibly shattered. Pei Clan had glanced at his great-granddaughter and roughly knew that some of the previous efforts had been destroyed. Looking at Min Yuhan, who might not have smiled as much in the past 20 years, there were 2 possibilities for such a big change. First, he was suddenly stimulated and knew that he went to see Jin Xinwang. Second, it was accumulated over time. It was just that he hid it too well and did not reveal it. Now, for some reason, he no longer hid it. Perhaps it was related to Jin Xinwang. Pei Clan head did not know which type Min Yuhan belonged to, but there was no doubt that he could no longer treat him with the same attitude as before. This was no longer a prospective son-in-law that he could manipulate, but a poisonous snake that could bite him at any time. Things will be different if you marry me, Min Yuhan continued. At the very least, you will be officially married to me. Your reputation may still be damaged, but if it is revealed that Uncle raised such a girl as compensation for what you did in the past out of guilt, others may even praise you for being affectionate and righteous. Min Yuhan's attitude was calm, neither fast nor slow, but the sarcasm contained in it was obvious. Pei Pei Ying's suppressed emotions surged again. She really could not bear it. What does Min family's grand uncle think I am? Min Yuhan glanced at her with undisguised ridicule in his eyes. What does your great-grandfather think you are? In my eyes, you're a little higher than that. He wants you to be a concubine, the kind without a matchmaker. I want you to be my wife. It is perfectly justified. Sherbua, you gave her to Jin Xinwang. Are you preparing not to tarnish Pei clan's reputation? Or are you preparing to remove Pei Ying from the Pei clan like Wanwan? Or are you preparing to let Jin Xinwang take the blame and let the world think that he took a fancy to Pei clan's daughter's beauty, so he snatched her? And you stood out to say that you were not the clan head and could not make the decision. Now, if you want to stand on the side of your own people, even if you can't compete with the imperial family, you have to be a strong backing for your family's young lady. Pei clan head did not speak and looked at Min Yuhan. He admitted that the other party had guessed the plan. Then you have a reason to assist Jin Xinwang and naturally help your family's young lady to fight against Jin Xinwang Fei. Pull the other off the horse, take the position, and become the mother of the world with the identity of Yuan Empress? Sherbua, do you think that other than you, other than the Pei clan, everyone else is a fool? Min Yuhan twirled a chess piece and placed it on the chessboard. He did not care whether Pei clan head had placed a chess piece or not, but he looked at Pei clan head as if he was looking at a fool. https://11/11807/6653616. Chapter 321. Min Yuhan knew that this old fox was not easy to deal with, but since the other party was not in a hurry, he was even less anxious. Today, he was going to completely tear off the old man's face. He wanted to see how thick his skin was to be able to continue carrying out his original plan after tearing off a layer. Aristocratic families have their pride and have a very deep concept of family status. I don't need to remind Uncle of this. Uncle is probably clearer than anyone else. He was clearer than anyone else and looked down on those people more than anyone else. Yet, he broke the rules himself and was so hypocritical. Has Uncle ever thought of the consequences of giving Pei Ying to Jin Xinwang as a concubine? If the most outstanding, legitimate daughter of the main family can be given as a concubine, the other girls would naturally be even more despicable. Even if they wanted to marry back as a legitimate wife, they would feel that it was a disgrace to their own status. In this way, it would really be cats and dogs from all walks of life that could climb up Pei Shi's door. Pei Shi's men would naturally not be able to marry any good women. Even if they stood at a high position as you wished, could make up for this. But I think Uncle will not care. After all, there are already signs of this. Who let Pei Shi's aristocratic family name exist only in name? The flourishing Pei Shi relied on in-laws to survive. If these in-laws knew, would they immediately divorce the woman and cut off all ties? Of course, the Pei family still has many famous scholars supporting them, and they have students all over the world. If they have high positions and generous salaries, they won't forget these teachers. However, if these people know about the actions of Uncle, the Pei family will probably collapse first without external help. It seemed that Pei Shi was weighing the pros and cons, but it was also Min Yuhan who did not hold back and continued to stab the knife. He did not leave any face for Pei Shi's girls. He peeled off the pretense of peace layer by layer and even threatened them. Had Patriarch Pei not considered these problems? Of course not. So, in the early stages of the matter, he had to hide it internally and externally. Even if he helped Jin Xinwang, it was best to hide Pei Ying's matter. When the dust settled, it would not be too late to expose it. Pei Shi's old-fashioned people were not few, but there were only a few who were obsessed with learning and only liked to indulge in the mountains and rivers. After understanding Pei Shi's glorious history, who did not want to restore the glory of the past. So, even if they knew what he did, they would probably remain silent and look to the future. However, man proposes, God disposes. Before he could even do anything, he had already been seen through. Clan leader Pei, who had always been conceited, was actually quite angry in his heart. Min Yuhan seemed to have seen through clan leader Pei's thoughts clearly. She sneered in her heart. He wasn't the only one who saw through your arrangements. The person you schemed against was even more clear about it. Although Min Yuhan wasn't clear about Li Hongyuan's true power, he had been traveling around Jiangnan for nearly a year without leaving a trace. However, at the crucial moment, there would always be someone who would appear at the right time to help him achieve his goal without attracting any attention. Min Yuhan had done this kind of thing before. In the beginning, he let them help to clean up the situation more, but later on, it gradually decreased. However, he did not doubt Li Hongyuan's ability. He wanted to see if you used Jin Xinwang to achieve your goal, if you were used by Jin Xinwang until there was nothing left. Although he and Li Hongyuan had only met twice, but that kind of power was so obvious. If he ascended the throne, he would definitely not tolerate a foreign relative. Pei Shi's calculations were so loud that he would not be lenient if he could use them. After using them, he might leave some leeway for you. Otherwise, he would be merciless to burn the bridge after crossing the river. Since Yuhan has already said so, this old man will not hide it. This is Pei Shi's matter and has nothing to do with outsiders. Yuhan does not need to worry. Uncle's meaning is that you're determined to do this? Min Yuhan had never thought that he would affect this old thing's decision. If he was so easily swayed, he would not have come to this step today. His original intention was not to stop the other party. Yuhan has already pointed out Pei Shi's situation. Pei Shi cannot be defeated, so there are some things that must be done. Although he once deceived himself and did not want to admit it, but when it was really pointed out, it was not that he could not bear it. At least on the surface, there was no difference. Falling into Jin Xinwang's hands, he was afraid that he would be defeated even faster. Perhaps it was not necessary, but it could be done in another way. If you were so ambitious and calculated, no one would be happy. If you were sincere and only focused on doing things, using Pei Shi's real strength to fight, perhaps you could achieve unexpected results. Instead, you try to take shortcuts, rely on nepotism, and use such crooked methods. In this case, Uncle might as well change the candidate. At least she is of the same generation as Jin Xinwang. It will look better on your face. If one of your granddaughters is not enough, then two. I remember that Uncle still has a pair of twin granddaughters who are not married yet. This is also a big feature. Maybe they will be more attractive. If two of them are not enough, then three. If not, then four. Anyway, you don't lack people in your line. This was in line with Jingwan's lack of quality. Make up for it with quantity. However, this sarcasm had reached an extraordinary level. Even a saint could get angry. Yuhan, there should be a limit to everything. Min Yuhan smiled non-committally. After a confrontation with this old thing, he had almost made up his mind to shed all pretense of cordiality between the two families. However, although his position in the Min family was not low, it was not good for him to decide the family's affairs. Now, the head of the Min family was his elder brother. Moreover, the Min family was not like the Pei family. There were many officials in the Min family, but there were no high positions. Instead, they were more like crops. Even so, the head of the Min family did not have the final say. As a member of the Min family, although he did not have deep feelings for this family, there were still some things that needed to be said. At that time, the difference would probably be him arguing with the Pei family alone, or the Min family arguing with the Pei family. In that case, nephew will take his leave first. Min Yuhan threw the chess piece between his fingers back into the chess box. He stood up slowly and brushed his sleeves. When he was about to leave, he seemed to have thought of something and looked at Pei Yuwing. Pei Yuwing, why don't you consider my opinion? Pei Yuwing's face was a little stiff. Thank you for Min family's granduncle's favor. Min Yuhan chuckled. Now it's really interesting. A daughter of an aristocratic family would rather be a concubine than a wife. Speaking of which, if I was born poor and was just an ordinary person, it would be fine if you rejected me. If we were to compare Jin Xinwang and I, the advantage would probably be that the other party is young and powerful. Don't you know that this young man easily likes the new and hates the old and doesn't know how to dote on others? In the past, he was able to guard for your grandaunt. In the future, he will naturally be able to guard for you. Isn't it better than fighting for affection and scheming against each other? You really won't consider it? Thank you for Min family's grand uncle's favor. Pei Yueying still said the same thing. This woman is really superficial. And you, Pei Yueying, can't even compare to one of your grandaunt's fingers. His clothes fluttered as he left. He was elegant and had a bit of an immortal's aura. He did not seem like someone who would humiliate an unmarried girl so mercilessly. However, this was indeed the case. How could he not see Pei Yueying's pale face? Clan head Pei looked at his back and slightly narrowed his eyes. He found that this former prospective son-in-law had completely exceeded his expectations. This kind of change was different from the previous one. It was definitely not formed overnight. However, he had been back for almost a year and had seen it many times, but he had not found any clues. He had been on guard since long ago. Clan head Pei was almost 100% sure that Min Yuhan might have found something. Great-grandfather, Pei Yueying softly called out with a little worry. Clan head Pei turned to look at her. Yueying, were you affected by your Min family's grand uncle's words? It's impossible to say that it was not at all. After being humiliated like this, Pei Yueying was still a girl. It was not an exaggeration to say that she hated Min Yuhan. However, she knew that great-grandfather was not asking about her personal feelings. Between a family and an individual would always be at the back. Even in the face of a great enemy, if it was beneficial to the family, she had to suppress her personal feelings. I'm worried that Min family's grand uncle will spread the news. That would be very disadvantageous to our Pei family. Don't worry, he won't. He was very certain about this. About Jin Xinwang. Great-grandfather, you don't have to say anything more. Pei family carefully raised me. As a member of Pei family, when Pei family needs me, I will naturally not shirk my duty. As the saying goes, when the nest is overturned, there are no intact eggs. If something happens to Pei family, as a daughter of Pei family, how can I have a good ending? Clan head Pei nodded his head in relief. It's good that you understand. Go back and rest. Yes, Yueying will take her leave. After Pei Yueying left, Clan head Pei lowered his head and looked at the chessboard. One black and one white chess piece fell one after another until the winner was decided. He took a sip of tea and slowly exhaled. Ah, Zhong, go and deal with the people. He seemed to be careless, but his sentence determined several lives. Naturally, there would be people serving by the side. However, clan head Pei did not say anything from the beginning. Although the people were dismissed by the housekeeper called Zhong, they were actually controlled after they left. If they knew something that they should not know, then even Pei Yueying's personal maidservant would not be able to survive. Therefore, the biddy sent 2 more maidservants to Pei Yueying. Pei Yueying just nodded her head and continued to read her book. https:///11/4/11807/6653617 Mobile Edition. Chapter 322. Many people in the Pei family's main residence knew that something might have happened. In the past, the old master of the Min family would always be treated with great hospitality whenever he came. He was more enthusiastic and grand than anyone else. The clan head would even personally instruct the kitchen to prepare a few dishes. Today, not only did he come and leave, but he also dealt with a few people in the blink of an eye. Everyone's hearts were beating like drums. Even the other masters restrained themselves slightly, not daring to cause any trouble at this time, let alone the servants. Of course, for those who lived in a more remote area, because they weren't favored in the Pei family, they didn't have such concerns. After all, they were usually invisible. As expected, a few days later, more than half of the county town called Pei County was stirred up. Gongs and drums were played, and the gifts were worth a few streets. It was difficult to not cause a commotion. Most of the outsiders living in Pei County were related to the Pei family. Even if they were only distant relatives or family members of servants in the Pei family's main residence who had been graced and released from slavery, their lives were definitely more prosperous than those in other places. There were no beggars and the like. One had to know that such people couldn't enter at all. Naturally, they were somewhat concerned about the Pei family's main residence, whether it was out of curiosity or the mentality of wanting to join in the fun. Which aristocratic family has come to propose marriage again? Most likely, but this time it looks more grand than before. They're here for the fourth generation's first young lady, right? Someone nodded matter-of-factly. The first young lady's reputation is out there. She's a most outstanding girl in this generation of the Pei family. Naturally, she deserves such a grand occasion. Those who were completely unaware of the situation outside were discussing heartily. However, they didn't know that in the Pei family's main residence, those who received the news were filled with dark clouds. Clan head Pei's relatives who lived outside the main residence gathered around him. Some of them were even clan head Pei's elders. Although they were younger than him, no one knew what these people were thinking when they came. It was no wonder that so many people knew about it. One had to know that it wasn't just in the main residence, but also in the other residences of the Pei clan outside the main residence. These people were directly notified by the Min clan. With such great fanfare, naturally, more people knew about it. It was to the extent that it spread to all the Pei clan members in Pei County. Of course, there weren't many people who had the guts to approach clan leader Pei, whether they were genuinely concerned about this matter or just there to watch the show. Especially those who married from the Min family. They were even more worried at this time. After all, if the Pei family and the Min family had a grudge against each other, as the Pei family, they would be in the most difficult position. They might even be despised and ostracized by the husband's family. It was still fine for the older generation. After all, they had already taken root long ago. As a new wife, it was the most difficult. Therefore, at this time, not only would they not move forward, but they would also complain about Min Yuhan from the bottom of their hearts. In fact, they couldn't be blamed for this. It was only human nature. Clan leader, what is Min Yuhan trying to do? Not to mention that he's from the ancestors' generation. He's also the same at his age. He's simply looking down on our Pei clan. Someone was filled with righteous indignation. This person was probably someone who had completely linked the Pei clan's reputation to himself. The others also chimed in at the same time. It wasn't without fortune or calamity. One had to know that even if they were from the same clan, it didn't mean that they were of the same mind. Under the same roof, there were serious differences in treatment, not to mention that it was just the same surname. The treatment of the side branch and the main branch was naturally as different as heaven and earth. It was natural that there would be jealousy. It was a rare opportunity to see the main family make a fool of themselves. Therefore, how could they let it go so easily? Patriarch Pei was usually gentle and refined. He was even generous and easy to talk to. However, at this moment, his cold gaze swept over everyone. Even those who were usually the happiest and most lively shut their mouths and kept quiet out of fear. They didn't dare to meet Patriarch Pei's gaze and retreated without a trace. What are you doing here? Go do whatever you need to do. The people surrounding clan leader Pei looked at each other. They suddenly felt bored and resentfully left one by one. Clan leader Pei's mood wasn't so good. In his opinion, Min Yuhan wouldn't do anything after that. However, he never thought that it would be far beyond his expectations. Not only would there be a follow-up, but there would also be such a big scene. As such, he had reason to believe that Min Yuhan might know more than he expected. There might even be things that he didn't know. There was another point that clan leader Pei cared about. Min Yuhan was actually a loner. After his father passed away, the two brothers split up. However, his father was also angry at him for being sentimental. Before his death, he warned him that he wouldn't leave a single copper coin for that unfilial son. However, Min Yuhan's brother wouldn't really abandon his brother. He never lacked for food and clothing. Moreover, he bought the best things. However, he didn't have any more. He didn't have any private property or a private house. Regardless of whether his brother was following his father's orders or acting out of selfishness, Min Yuhan didn't need anything. With such a big scene this time, it was obvious that it wasn't Min Yuhan's personal action. He couldn't afford to have such financial resources. Then, clan leader Pei had reason to suspect that this was no longer Min Yuhan going against him. Instead, it was Min Shi going against Pei Shi. The seriousness of the problem wasn't just rising by one level. With Min Shi taking the lead, the other in-laws who were already itching to make a move might also take this opportunity to make a move. Clan leader Pei's eyes were filled with malice. He was like a ferocious beast that wanted to devour people. Although clan leader Pei could easily dismiss the people around him, Pei Xiuying wasn't so relaxed. She was the eldest sister of the fourth generation. For a family with a strict hierarchy, it was naturally easy to dismiss the younger sisters. It was also easy for the collateral relatives to dismiss the older sisters. However, there were many aunts who were a generation older than her. Those who were born from concubines would restrain themselves. At this time, they would only make a few sarcastic remarks. The ones who really didn't get along with her were the twin sisters. They were a generation older than Pei Xiuying, but they were younger. Their mother was the second wife, and their family background wasn't high. At first, because they were twins, they were very rare for a long time. However, as they grew older, their appearance couldn't be compared to Pei Xiuying. After they started learning, they couldn't be compared to her in all aspects. The twins were very eye-catching. However, with Pei Xiuying in front of them, they were naturally overshadowed. Furthermore, as the head of the family, everyone knew that clan leader Pei liked Pei Xiuying. As a result, even if there wasn't any enmity, it became an enmity. Who knew how much enmity stemmed from jealousy, and what right did she have? This was a rare opportunity. How could they leave so easily? People said things like, "Oh my, Pei Xiuying, you're really charming." Uncle Min even came to propose marriage. Uncle Min has deep feelings for that auntie. Now, because of you, he actually broke his stubborn principles. Pei Xiuying, everyone says that you're as talented and beautiful as that auntie. You really are very similar. Uncle Min is so sincere. Pei Xiuying, you should marry him. Isn't grandfather ashamed of Uncle Min? Grandfather dotes on you so much. This is a good time for you to show your filial piety. Although you might become a widow after a few years, you don't have to worry about concubines, right? Get out. Even if she was well-educated, she couldn't help but have a cold expression at this time. Oh my, are you angry? My dear niece, haven't you always considered yourself to be the most virtuous lady? This isn't how you should be. Or is my dear niece also a hypocrite who acts one way in front of others and another behind others' backs? I really should let grandfather and grandmother see you like this. Seeing that you're my elders, I won't argue with you. Do you think I don't have a temper just because I've tolerated you again and again? Get out of here immediately. Otherwise, I'll make you kneel in the ancestral hall for a few days. Do you believe me? Pei Xiuying said coldly. The two sisters had never seen her like this before. They seemed to be intimidated by her aura and couldn't help but take a step back. Their expressions were particularly ugly. However, they also knew that Pei Xiuying's words were not nonsense. If she told the truth in front of their grandmother, they would be punished. Pei Xiuying, I want to see if you can continue to be so imposing. Sister, let's go. After they left, Pei Xiuying no longer put on any airs. She sat down and clenched her fists. Her eyes were terrifyingly cold. Pei Xiuying was the same as her great-grandfather. She probably didn't think that Min Yuhan would be so ruthless. At this moment, her hatred was monstrous. However, she also knew that this matter would be left unsettled. No matter what, if they went to the woman's side to propose marriage and the woman's family didn't allow it, there was no reason to force it. Their Pei Shi wasn't a soft persimmon that anyone could pinch. In the end, Pei Shi was still in decline and had no power. If Pei Shi was as prosperous as the previous dynasty, Even the imperial family would have to give way. As a noble daughter of Pei Shi, she was even more honorable than a princess. If that was the case, how could a mere Min Shi be so arrogant? An old fart dared to covet her and humiliate her. At this moment, Pei Xiaoying became more and more determined. She must use Jin Qinhuang to ascend the throne. She must become the most honorable woman in the world. In reality, just as Pei Xiaoying thought, this was at most a farce. It looked so lively, but in reality, not to mention Min Yuhan, the main character, there wasn't even a decent manager. The so-called marriage proposal didn't have the slightest bit of sincerity. It was more like a pure humiliation to Pei Shi. After this incident, although the two clans wouldn't completely fall out, there wasn't much difference. After chasing away Min Shi's people, Pei Shi looked at the red silk boxes in the courtyard. Since it wasn't for good, then obviously Min Shi wouldn't be so stupid to prepare a generous gift. He ordered people to open the boxes. Sure enough, there was something inside, but it was more or less the same as an empty box. Pei Shi was surrounded by dark clouds. The people around him didn't dare to breathe. They even wanted to find a hole to hide in and disappear. Min Shi? Good, very good. Pei Shi clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. Prepare a generous gift and send all these things back to Min Shi. Although it seemed like Min Yuhan was the one who did it, the furious Pei Shi wouldn't let Min Shi off so easily. If he didn't teach them a lesson, they would really think that Min Shi was easy to bully. Let all the Min Shi send the things back. Truth be told, as the leader of a clan leader Pei venting his anger on a woman from the inner residence was something that many people despised. Once a woman married into the Pei clan, she would become a member of the Pei clan. One of them was even a generation older than him, and she also had a son and a daughter. 4 generations living under the same roof. Doing something like this was another way of driving her back to her maternal family. Wasn't this also a form of humiliation? However, the people around him didn't dare to say anything. There were some smart ones who sensed that something was wrong and hurried back to the backyard to find Pei Shi's wife. They didn't want to cause internal problems in Pei Shi before they could repay Min Shi. As expected, the faces of the Pei Min clan members turned green with anger when they heard the words of the Pei clan leader, especially the eldest of the Pei Min clan. He had always been a vegetarian and a compassionate person, but now he was so angry that he smashed things. Pei Shi is too much. The others might have swallowed their grievances, but this one didn't. No matter what, it was Pei Shi's fault. Just as he was about to confront Patriarch Pei, the patriarch's wife rushed over. She tried her best to appease him, but even so, she was still rudely chased out of the house. She had lived like a princess for many years, especially after she became Pei Shi's wife. She had never been so humble before. It was impossible to say that she didn't have any resentment. However, she had no choice but to endure this. She swallowed her anger and went to find Pei Shi. In Pei Shi, especially in the main residence, Pei Shi's words were the law. His wife, children, and grandchildren could only obey him. They had been husband and wife for decades, so she understood him well. However, he was a man who didn't consider this matter. She couldn't ignore it. Otherwise, if word got out, her good reputation would be ruined. For Pei Shi, it would be one disaster after another. Fortunately, Pei Shi wasn't completely obstinate and didn't listen to her. It's my fault. Fortunately, Madam stopped me. I will personally apologize to Annie later. Pei Shi's wife nodded. If that's the case, I will go back first. She didn't have much to say to her husband, who treated her respectfully. As such, Pei Min Shi, who was of high seniority, managed to escape. The others weren't so lucky. It was obvious that the collective return of the Min clan had caused quite a stir in Min County. As the head of the Min clan, he was naturally furious, especially when he saw the generous gift of the Pei clan's return. It made him grit his teeth in anger. However, it was this gift that made the head of the Min clan wary of taking action. Even if it was an aristocratic family, there were many dirty things. Of course, it didn't matter if it was just an internal matter. However, what Pei Shi sent over was the evidence of Min Shi's officials. It was so detailed that it made people feel that Pei Shi's people had seen it with their own eyes. They had been in-laws for generations, but they did such things in private. How could they not be angry? In comparison, Min Yuhan didn't have much of a reaction. After understanding Pei Shi's character, these things, in his opinion, were not strange at all. However, his elder brother was using him to make trouble for Pei Shi. The more obscure point was that he was preparing to bite off Pei Shi's flesh. He had this idea long ago, but there wasn't a good time before. Min Yuhan didn't care. These things, why don't you give them to Jin Xinhuang? Min Shi's clan head was startled. Fourth brother, are you sure? https://11/118076653780. HTML. Chapter 323. Jin Xinhuang is not so easy to use. Pei Shi will end up with nothing in the end. These things seem to be very disadvantageous to us now. Rather than leaving them in the hands of that old thing and making us very passive, it is better to send them directly to Jin Xinhuang. According to Jin Xinhuang's current attitude, he does not have the intention to completely reorganize the Jiangnan officialdom. It seems more like he wants those officials to spit out how much they have eaten. Even if the officials from our Min clan are a little greedy, but in the end, they have Min clan to rely on. They are not lacking in money, and their greed is limited. As for those who are stained with human lives, or whose hearts are too black and embezzled too much, these people are like malignant tumors. For the sake of Min clan's foundation, it is better to directly give them up. However much the clansmen have embezzled, that amount will be returned. According to Min clan's foundation, it doesn't matter even if it is a few times more. In this way, the things that old thing Pei Shi has in his hands are just like waste paper. What if Jin Xinhuang still wants to pursue this matter? Moreover, are you sure that Jin Xinhuang will not pursue this matter just because he said so? These are only a portion of people involved. Pursuing this matter will not take their lives. At most, they will be dismissed and will not affect the foundation of Min clan. Moreover, after tearing apart with Pei Shi, Min clan will have no obstacles in the court in the future. As for whether Jin Xinhuang has the final say or not, eldest brother, do you really think that Jin Xinhuang is the same as the news from the capital? What do you mean? Min clan head's face became more solemn. The literal meaning. That's right, the literal meaning. There was no need to say more. As the head of an aristocratic family, he was usually very good at thinking. The head of the Min tribe lowered his eyes and pondered quietly. Min Yuhan sneered in her heart. That old thing Pei Shi wants to use Jin Xinhuang to revive Pei Shi. Not only that, he also wants to ascend to the sky in one step. Unfortunately, Jin Xinhuang is not isolated and without help. Pei Shi's help may not be as good as chicken ribs to him. That old thing's heart is too big and unwilling to pay. Such a person, as a leader, no one will like him. What Pei Shi can do, Min Shi can also do, and can even do more and better. As an aristocratic family, it is not wise to take sides in the struggle for the throne. Aristocratic families were too large and had branches. They had a foundation and foundation, so there was no need for them to stake everything on a single throw. The safest way was to choose a side, and it would be best to choose only a portion of the people. Even if they lost in the end, it wouldn't hurt the family too much. After all, generally speaking, the final winner wouldn't do such a crazy thing as exterminating the entire family who supported the loser. If they met an emperor who was open-minded or wanted to save face, they might even put him in an important position. And if they won, the entire family would benefit. The mockery in Min Yuhan's heart deepened. Actually, these people were essentially the same. It was just that his brother was not as shameless as that old thing Pei Shi. He still stuck to his bottom line. In the past, he didn't feel that there was anything wrong. But now, no matter how he looked at it, he didn't feel good. However, as long as it didn't conflict with what he was doing, it naturally didn't matter. Riches and honor are sought from danger. Prince Jin doesn't need insignificant things. If he wants to do it, he naturally has to do his best. The aristocratic families now are not like the time when they could control the country with the emperor. If they want to go further, they naturally can't be afraid of the slightest thing. Peishur has been recognized as the #1 aristocratic family in Jiangnan for a long time. Even if they withdrew from the court, they still maintained it. Now that they are destined to decline, the Min Shi might be able to replace them. Because he understood, Min Yuhan easily grasped his brother's weakness. Sure enough, he saw a flash of light in his eyes. Min Yuhan wanted to do his best to help Prince Jin ascend the throne. Borrowing the power of the Min Shi was the best choice. Although the other party might not need it, he still wanted to do something. In the end, Prince Jin, how confident are you? 70%. Speaking of which, this was still conservative. According to him, it should be 100%. Because he believed, and because some things were not allowed to fail. I need to think about it. The head of the Min clan clenched his fist. It could be seen that his mood was not stable. It should be. After all, this is a matter of great importance. Elder brother is the head of the clan. It should be serious. Min Yuhan nodded as a matter of course. The head of the Min clan twisted his beard and nodded. Regarding Pei Xiuying, if Yuhan really takes a fancy to her, it's not impossible to take her in. If I really take her in, the one who will be humiliated will be Bai-in. The original purpose was to find some trouble for Pei Shi and shave Pei Xiuying's reputation. If that old thing could really stop and not find trouble for Prince Jin, of course, it would be for the best. However, it was clear that this possibility was not high. Speaking of which, if Pei Xiuying didn't willingly lower herself and had thoughts of her own, Min Yuhan would not act like this. After all, she was a beautiful young lady. At his age, he wouldn't make things difficult for her. It was just that to say that she brought it upon herself. But from the perspective of those who thought that they could contribute everything to the clan, they would probably never do anything wrong. I'll go back first, and go back and rest. Min Yuhan left. He was very clear that this elder brother of his would definitely agree. Even now, the title of the #1 aristocratic family was still moving. Sure enough, the head of the Min clan found Min Yuhan the next day. This is a matter of great importance. Fourth brother, I'm afraid that you will have to make a trip personally. Speaking of this, there was some difficulty on his face. A few days ago, this fourth brother fainted after seeing Prince Jin. This time, he came to find him again. If fourth brother doesn't want to go, I will find someone else. It's fine. A few days ago, I just suddenly saw him and couldn't control myself. In fact, he didn't dare to look directly at Prince Jin's face. He was afraid that he would lose his composure and do something impolite, causing the other party to be unhappy. Fourth brother, you don't have to make things difficult for yourself. Although he said so, his expression still showed that he wanted Min Yuhan to make a trip. Min Yuhan thought, sure enough, he had been the head of the clan for too long. Everything he did was so hypocritical. He was like this even in front of his own brother. So what if he was a little more honest? Thus, Min Yuhan didn't say much and directly took the things prepared by the head of the Min clan. Then, he had people prepare a carriage and headed to Quanzhou Prefecture. As for those grandmothers who came back from Pei clan, of course, Min clan wouldn't treat them badly. On the contrary, they would take good care of them. To a certain extent, they were even prepared for their return. At this time, Shannon Prefecture's provincial examination had already ended. Because Prince Jin was personally holding the line, naturally, there wouldn't be a situation where the examination papers were marked based on personal preferences. No matter if one liked to use flowery words or upright words, they were all thrown to one side. In short, one had to have substance. Of course, good handwriting was also important. The top 3 were not personally selected by Li Hanyuan, but it was also nodded by him. In short, no one would be stupid at this time. After this matter was completely finished and the hearts of the scholars were appeased, Li Hanyuan seemed to remember that Governor Xuezheng was detained in his own house. Li Hanyuan personally interrogated Governor Xuezheng of Shannon Prefecture. The officials of the academy, who were originally very tense, naturally became even more tense at this time, not to mention those who had problems. Li Xian, this black-robed guard, was very good at interrogating people. Prince Jin was also not bad. They didn't know the process of his interrogation. In short, in less than 2 hours, the black-robed guards were dispatched again. Other than Chongzhou Prefecture, the other prefectural cities of Shannon Prefecture had sent people. It was obviously a big move. And this Governor Xuejing was also officially stripped of his official hat and official uniform, preparing to be escorted back to the capital. When Li Hanyuan returned to the residence, Jingwan inexplicably felt that there seemed to be a bloody smell on his body. But when she sniffed carefully, it seemed that there was nothing. Wan, what are you doing? Li Hanyuan raised his eyebrows, puzzled. Smelling your body to see if there's the smell of rouge and powder. Jing Qian smiled. Is that so? You have to smell it properly. Li Hanyuan used the back of his finger to gently rub her cheek. Perhaps it is on my body. Wan, do you want to help this husband change clothes first? He lowered his voice and leaned close to her ear. From time to time, he would perform his seductive techniques. Jingwan still couldn't resist. And Min Yuhan just happened to come to the door at this time. In reality, Li Hanyuan already knew about the things that happened in the main residence of Pei Clan. As for the details, he didn't know. The reason was still the same. Those who served the masters closely were basically the children of the household. To turn these people into nails was difficult. To a certain extent, it was like a wave of the heart. Naturally, he was too lazy to do anything. However, even though he didn't give the order, the people who lived in Jiangnan couldn't be completely useless. They didn't need to go too deep. Actually, Jingwan was also a little interested. This imperial noble consort's former fiancé could also be considered a sentimental person. He was also quite ruthless in his actions. Pei family and Min family's interests had been tied together for many years. Perhaps there had been some cracks in recent years, but they had also been hidden very deeply. This time, even if they had not completely fallen out with each other, there was an obvious hostility between the two families. Li Hanyuan went to see Min Yuhan and brought Jingwan along. Naturally, it was Min Yuhan's first time seeing Jingwan. Of course, it was just a hurried glance. He vaguely remembered that last year at the Summer Palace in Chengde, Jin Qinwang had to calculate 100 times to marry the woman he liked. Thinking about it, it should be this Jin Qinwang Fei. Looking at Jin Qinwang Fei's attitude, it should be known that he really put Jin Qinwang Fei in his heart. People like Pei Clan head would suspect that Li Hanyuan was acting, but Min Yuhan wouldn't. Because he loved deeply, he clearly knew this true feeling. It was said that Jin Qinwang Fei liked beauty. As long as it was a beauty, he could ignore everything else. It was really wrong. It was also said that Jin Qinwang Fei was jealous, fierce, and intolerant. In his view, that was also Jin Qinwang Fei's own intention. Because he loved her deeply, because he doted on her like she was the apple of his eye, he didn't want her to be wronged. https:///11/11807/6653784. Chapter 324. Of course, Min Yuhan wouldn't ask why Jingwan was here. Instead, she simply explained her intentions. Li Hanyuan wasn't interested in what was presented to him. On the other hand, Jingwan opened the documents and flipped through them. They were sent to the Min family by clan leader Pei. The Min family didn't bother to sort them out. Each person received a piece of paper, which meant that there were more than 10 people involved. However, compared to the Min family, it was just a small matter. Jingwan's eyes narrowed when she saw 2 pieces of paper. She deliberately took them out and passed them to Li Hanyuan. Li Hanyuan might not accept something handed to him by others, but since it was given to him by Jingwan, he would definitely accept it. He shook the letter slightly and quickly read through it. According to Qi Yuan's laws, if one is sentenced to death, the other will also be sentenced to death. It seems that the Min family wants to save these people. The parasites of Qi Yuan and the scourge of the Min family. These people deserve to die. As a member of an aristocratic family, he always felt that he was superior to others. Moreover, he always thought that he had the support of his family. If he was clear-headed, it would be fine, but if he wasn't clear-headed, he would think that his family could contend against the entire country and could do whatever he wanted. Sometimes, it was necessary to teach these people a lesson. At the same time, it was also necessary to make an example out of them. Of course, from Min Yuhan's point of view, it wasn't really for the Min family's foundation. To a certain extent, people who knew what was good for them were more likable than those who didn't know what was good for them. Aristocratic families are indeed aristocratic families. Their actions aren't ordinary at all. Jingwan chuckled. Li Hongyuan turned around and saw Jingwan taking out 5 stacks of banknotes. If he wasn't mistaken, there should be 100 banknotes in each stack. The denomination of each banknote was 10,000 taels. 5 million taels wasn't ordinary. Would an ordinary person be able to take out so much money so casually? However, as an aristocratic family, it would be abnormal if they only had a few 100,000 taels. Min Yuhan didn't know how much money his brother had prepared. He didn't open to take a look, but he had an idea in his heart. This amount wasn't considered small, but in Min Yuhan's opinion, it was still too little. However, he wouldn't say anything. This wasn't within his scope of concern. Min Yuhan, you're a smart person, and I'm not a stingy person. In other words, as long as she didn't do anything that made him unhappy, it would be good for everyone. Rest assured, Your Highness. He originally only intended to help Jin Xinhuang do things and do his best. He was very clear on what should be done and what should not be done. Your Highness, this concubine sees that it's getting late. Why don't we have Mr. Min stay for a meal? What do you think, Mr. Min? Min Yuhan's eyes flashed slightly. No matter what, this kind of thing should be approved by Jin Xinhuang first. Jin Xinhuang Fei seemed to have only said a word and then asked for his opinion. It could be seen that Jin Xinhuang Fei had a lot of say in front of Jin Xinhuang Fei. It could be seen that Jin Xinhuang Fei's position in Jin Xinhuang Fei's heart was very important. Moreover, the two had not been married for a long time. Jin Xinhuang Fei's birth and upbringing were not bad. To be able to be so casual, it could be seen that she was close to Jin Xinhuang Fei. This was very good. The two knew each other and promised each other. Of course, there was nothing better than this. It's this commoner's honor. Your Highness and Mr. Min can chat first. This concubine will let people prepare. Li Honyuan nodded his head indifferently. Jingwan got up and left. Because there were outsiders, as the host, he naturally had to accompany them. Obviously, he couldn't eat with his wife. This made Li Hongyuan a little unhappy. Looking at Min Yuhan, his eyes unconsciously became colder. Min Yuhan was a little inexplicable. He didn't know how he provoked this master. Fortunately, Li Hongyuan did not flare up. He casually asked some questions that he wanted to know and that the other party might be able to answer. To Min Yuhan, she naturally told her everything she knew without reserve. It had to be said that apart from other things, Jin Xinhuang Fei and Min Yuhan chatted quite congenially. At first, Min Yuhan was surprised at Li Hongyuan's knowledge and insight. However, he was relieved. This was Wanru's child. Wanru was exceptionally intelligent. Her child naturally surpassed her. Moreover, he was born in the imperial family. Although that place was a dragon's pool and a tiger's den, it couldn't be denied that it was a place that surpassed others. Li Hongyuan didn't have any opinion on Min Yuhan's knowledge. To be honest, if Min Yuhan didn't reach this level, he would feel bored and this person would probably be abandoned by him. Lunch was probably a happy meal for both the host and the guest. After that, Min Yuhan took his leave. He didn't ask how Jin Xinhuang would deal with the people of the Min family. He didn't want to ask, and there was no need to. In Qiyuan, after passing the Jinshu exam, although one could return to their hometown to take up a post, this kind of situation was rare. There weren't many people of the Min family in Jiangnan. They were scattered all over the Qiyuan. The two most serious people were not in Jiangnan. Obviously, they needed to settle accounts. Min Yuhan sat in the carriage with his eyes closed, thinking about what to do next. Li Honyuan directly gave the remaining 5 million taels of banknotes to Jingwan and said that it belonged to Jingwan's private property. Wang Ya not only gave his own little treasury to this concubine, but also let this concubine make a little treasury. Jingwan teased. What's wrong? Which woman with a dowry doesn't have private property? Li Honyuan said as a matter of fact. Yes, you're right. Jingwan giggled and hugged him. Don't worry, I will prepare some pocket money for Wang Ye. Wan, do you think that Ben Wang needs pocket money? It seemed that he rarely took out money and basically gave it to his subordinates. Although the amount this time was relatively large, it wasn't a problem for him. It shouldn't be classified as pocket money. Food, clothing, and other things like that. Did he need to take out money? Jingwan stared at Li Honyuan. Well, this was a downright overlord. He belonged to the type that could be unrestrained without money. TSK, what were those people who married into rich families in her previous life? How many millions could they get? What grand gift could they get? Could they be compared to her? She took it all in her pocket. Things in Chuanzhou are almost done. Let's go sightseeing tomorrow. Li Honyuan stroked Jingwan's hair. This was almost done? Those in the outer courtyard. Chuanzhou's accounts had been checked clearly. Of course, it was only the accounts on the surface. Li Honyuan still detained people. Was he preparing to release them? Probably because he knew that they were doing it for money and not for their lives. Those who had relatively thin family assets had already taken out most of it. However, there were some people that Jingwan was 100% sure that their family assets were still very rich. Although those officials' wives had vaguely expressed that they were too poor to eat, these people were already on Jin Qinhuang's blacklist. They were the batch that had to be dealt with. Therefore, Jingwan didn't care. If they didn't give it now, they could only copy it out. Things in Minshan County are already being handled. Let them be released today, and let them be comfortable at home for 2 days. After that, they should be transferred to the prison. This matter shouldn't be made public, right? Of course not. But it could deter people in other places in Jiangnan. This way, the future will be smoother. Jingwan nodded. Chuanzhou's prosperity doesn't lose to the capital. Linchuan River is filled with willow trees. The scenery is pleasant, and there are countless pleasure boats and famous singers. Li Honyuan continued. Husband knows me best. Jingwan acted coquettishly in his arms. You are a woman. https://www.yanguowiwo.com/11/11807/6653787 www.yanguowiwo.com. Chapter 325. Li Honyuan hugged Jingwan and watched her act spoiled and shamelessly in his arms, unmoved. Until she looked at him pitifully, he could no longer maintain the cold indifference on his face. He sighed helplessly. Wan, you're a woman. How can you have such thoughts, little? I'm just curious and want to see it. Jingwan was very clear how deviant her thoughts were and how serious the impact on her reputation would be if people knew that she appeared in that kind of place. However, the person in front of her was Li Honyuan, her husband. They had only been married for 3 months, but it was not an exaggeration to say that he was the person she trusted the most. She didn't have to worry about anything in front of him and could say whatever she wanted. Even the words that she couldn't say in front of her grandmother, she could say to him. Jingwan wasn't clear whether her Jin Wangye's heart was strong enough to accept anything, or his tolerance towards her was particularly high. The latter was more likely, right? It seems that this husband has indulged Wan more and more until she's out of control. Li Honyuan was not angry. On the contrary, he was somewhat gratified and faintly proud. In fact, he was almost certain that Jingwan's origin was not ordinary, so no matter what Jingwan said, he would not be surprised. Isn't it a Yuan who indulged her? Jingwan continued to snuggle in his arms. I indulged her. So, no matter what, he had to continue indulging her. Who let her be his sweetheart? Muan, since his master had summoned him. Mu Gonggong naturally slipped in and respectfully waited for his master's order. Go and book the most famous pleasure boat on Linchuan River. Tomorrow, Bin Wang will take Wang Fei to listen to music and enjoy dancing. Mu Gonggong quivered, thinking that he had misheard. He cautiously glanced at Li Hongyuan's cold eyes and shivered again. Yes, this servant will do it. Sure enough, One shouldn't question any of his master's words and only need to strictly carry them out. He had been by his master's side for so long, yet he hadn't learned even half of his master's skills. He really deserved a beating. However, if the princess consort wanted to go, she had to make sure that the pleasure boat was clean. Apart from the usual items, nothing else was allowed. However, things didn't go very smoothly. In the pavilion pleasure boat, known as the #1 pleasure boat in Linchuan, there was a girl who was going to be married tomorrow. It had been widely announced 3 months ago, and many people were waiting. She was already 2 years late compared to others. Before that, she was a courtesan on a pleasure boat. She only sold her skills, but not her body. Her fame was so great that it spread throughout the whole of Jiangnan. The entrance fee to see her was ridiculously expensive. Many people had been waiting for her to get married. Finally, the day had come. There were many people who had come specially for her. Whether it was the SALT policy or the cheating in the academy examination, such big things could not affect these people's enthusiasm. Of course, it couldn't be said that there would be no impact at all. At the very least, there would be far fewer Guan family members involved. However, what kind of place was Jiangnan? There were a sea of rich people, whether it was the brothel or the pleasure boat. Without these powerful childs, they might make more money. However, even so, Mu Gonggong didn't intend to compromise at all. Not to mention that his master was not a person who would compromise. It was even more impossible to take the princess consort with him. It was not only about their ability to do things, but also about the prince's face in front of the princess consort. If they, the servants, lost the prince's face, they would be skinned alive. Not only did they have to do it well, but they also had to do it as best as possible. Besides, the gaily painting pleasure boat was only so big. Although the gaily painting pleasure boat was mainly used for sightseeing and there was a big stage behind it, Eunuch Moose still felt that one gaily painting pleasure boat was not enough. It would be more interesting if 8 or 10 gaily painting pleasure boats worked together. Mu Gonggong faced the owner of the pleasure boat, a beautiful woman who was over 40 years old but still charming. As soon as Mu Gonggong boarded the pleasure boat, he revealed his identity and stated his purpose. Jin Xinhuang came to Chuanzhou Fu, and what he did, the entire Chuanzhou Fu knew. There were also many rumors about him, especially about his appearance. They didn't know the situation in the capital of Lihongyuan and only knew that he was a powerful prince. Just based on this point, it can make many people's imagination run wild, especially those women who were addicted to stories and couldn't extricate themselves. They always hoped that one day they would have a wonderful encounter, an earth-shattering and sentimental love, all kinds of twists and turns, and finally become the big winner in life. Jin Xinhuang undoubtedly became the male lead, and Jin Xinhuang Fei became the most vicious person. In the end, she was still cannon fodder. While imagination was beautiful, but reality was cruel. After Jin Xinhuang arrived at Chuanzhou Fu, he basically didn't show his face outside. The officials' welcoming banquet wasn't set up, so it was even more impossible for outsiders to see him. Naturally, they dressed even more fiercely. That legendary character was finally going to show himself outside. His first goal was their pleasure boat. If this was spread out, it would be a matter of great face. But how could the timing be so coincidental? The beautiful woman hesitated, probing whether Mu Gonggong had the possibility of letting Jin Xinhuang participate in tomorrow's coming-of-age ceremony. In fact, if Jin Xinhuang really participated, the one who would lose out would only be her. After all, as long as Jin Xinhuang set a price, it was estimated that no one would dare to compete. Moreover, if he wanted to take the person away, the owner of the boat would have no way to stop him. What kind of person was Mu Gonggong? He naturally understood the other party's meaning in a flash. He looked at the other party with a smile that wasn't a smile. Our Wang Ye has a nickname in the capital, Living King of Hell. The other Wang Ye and princes, regardless of whether they have power or not, he can step on them if he wants to. If he wants to cut them off, then he can cut them off. Moreover, our Wang Ye's temperament is more solitary and doesn't like to play with others. The meaning of these words couldn't be more obvious. We are all doing business, so we must pay attention to integrity in everything. With a bang, Mu Gonggong's teacup fell on the table. The owner of the boat is surprised, right? Facing such a colossus like the imperial court's Wang Ye, even if the owner of the boat had a backer, she wouldn't dare to show her face at this time. She couldn't help but feel a burst of bitterness in her heart. Nu Jia obeys. When the time came, Jin Xinwang would leave in a carefree manner. Because her pleasure boat was untrustworthy, and there was a 90% chance that she would lose the lead that she had painstakingly cultivated, she would inevitably lose a lot of guests. Moreover, their pleasure boats were prevalent here, and the competition was unusually fierce. Every year, there would be a ranking battle. Her pleasure boat had already won the first place for 3 years. The several families behind were all eyeing covetously. They would certainly take this opportunity to ruthlessly step on her pleasure boat, and it was possible that they would squeeze out the top 10 in an instant. https:///11/11/11807/6653791. Chapter 326. The owner of the boat, who was originally just forcing a smile, upon hearing this, the smile on her face became much more sincere. What Gonggong said is right. Making Wang Ye happy is the most important task. In this way, the one to suffer would not be her family alone. With a group of people accompanying her, they would not be able to scheme against the pavilion. On the contrary, she might be able to scheme from within. In the end, even if she lost this lead, she might not necessarily suffer a loss. Nu Jia is so bold. Can you give Nu Jia full authority to handle this matter? Naturally, the owner of the boat is more familiar with all aspects. We people naturally need to be by master's side at all times to serve. Mu Gonggong expressed that he could clearly see the other party's thoughts. However, this had nothing to do with him. What he needed was only the result. As long as the matter could be handled beautifully, this was only a small matter, and there was no need to take it to heart. There's one thing to remind the owner of the boat. Master likes cleanliness in all aspects. Foul air and so on absolutely cannot exist. Master's actions are entirely based on his mood. He might just purely listen to the music and enjoy the dance. Therefore, it is best not to do unnecessary things. Nu Jia understands. In terms of handling matters based on one's mood, there was probably no one more powerful than them. Naturally, they did not dare to be rash. Mu Gonggong nodded and got up to leave. The owner of the boat naturally hurriedly got up to send him off. When Mu Gonggong's figure could no longer be seen, she slowly got up. With an unfathomable expression, she stood in the same place for a moment. Someone come. A young servant girl came in and respectfully greeted. Owner, returned to the pavilion. Jin Wang Ye would be coming tomorrow. If it was only her pavilion and pleasure boat, it would be fine. In any case, they were doing business every day. At worst, they would just clear the place and everything else would be the same. But now, they had to unite 10 houses. No, it should be 12 houses. The 12 most competitive houses. There was no reason to exclude the last 2 houses. If there were benefits, everyone should reap it together. Speaking of which, the famous brothels of Chuanzhou Fu all had their own pleasure boats. On the contrary, the famous pleasure boats also had their own brothels. The two were inseparable. As for which side was the main one, each house had their own characteristics. Of course, if one of these two was missing, then it would not be up to standard. Although each family had their own program, they couldn't completely go their own way. That way, they would appear scattered and sometimes they wouldn't be able to support the scene. Although the owner of the pleasure boat wanted to scheme against the other opponents, she couldn't mess it up because she was responsible for taking the lead. If something happened and Jin Xinwang blamed her, her pleasure boat would be the first to bear the brunt. Injuring the enemy 800 and losing 1,000, no one would do this kind of stupid thing. Before he was even halfway back, someone had already come knocking on his door aggressively. Thinking about it, it made sense. He had spent more than 10,000 silver taels to book the pleasure boat, and it had only been half a day. In the end, he didn't even see the shadow of the boat. If he was alone, It would have been fine, but he had brought along a few good friends. Being stood up was a small matter, but losing face was a big matter. How could he not be furious? The owner of the pleasure boat rubbed her temples. She didn't want to pay attention to it, but in line with the principle that harmony breeds wealth, this was also a good opportunity to release tomorrow's matter. Although this was far from enough, some things had to be done step by step. He asked someone to bring them in and appease them nicely. Then, he slowly explained to them the reason why they were here. The person who was unable to restrain his anger, upon hearing Jin Xinhuang's name, his anger was immediately extinguished. Now, the entire Sichuan Zhou officials were pinched in the hands of this master like dough. Usually, those arrogant and despotic official hedonistic sons, if the family's control was a bit lax, they could still stroll outside, but they absolutely didn't dare to be rash. And most of them hadn't shown their faces for half a month. They were merely rich people and had a natural reverence for the imperial family. Jin Xinhuang has booked the pleasure boat. Although it can only be used tomorrow, according to reason, Gongzi booked it today. Nujia should let the girls play the zither and sing songs to accompany Gongzi to play. It's just that Jin Xinhuang did not book only Lu Xie's house. Lu Xie must coordinate with the other 11 houses. It involves not only the allocation of the pleasure boat, but also the arrangement of the girls. Because the matter was so sudden, Nujia was also somewhat flustered before and momentarily forgot about Gongzi's booking of the boat. Please forgive me. There are more than 10 pleasure boats under Lu Xie's name. Actually, we can allocate another one for Gongzi. But compared to this main pleasure boat, Gongzi might not be satisfied. How about waiting for 2 days? At that time, we will give Gongzi a 20% discount. What does Gongzi think? Since the words had already been said, naturally he wouldn't continue to be unforgiving. Moreover, the other party was Jin Xinhuang. Even if he didn't book the boat, it wasn't that he didn't have any face. Moreover, thinking about it, to book 12 houses at the same time, such a thing had never happened before. Just based on this, other people had to stand aside. Boat owner is too polite. The matter was resolved, and the boat owner politely sent them off. Time was pressing, and they couldn't continue to delay. Since Jin Xinhuang has booked the pleasure boat, then Miss Daybreak, another person in the same group, spoke up. The people beside him also nodded in agreement, although they didn't want to think about it. But watching the excitement wasn't bad either. Looking at the current situation, they were afraid that the boat owner naturally understood his meaning. Tomorrow's ceremony will naturally be canceled. As for the rest, nothing is known. Naturally, no one dared to make up something that wasn't certain, especially with the other party's status. If they weren't careful, the other party's one finger could crush them until not even ashes were left. After the guests left, the curtain at the back was pulled open. A beautiful woman leisurely walked over. If one looked carefully, there was a bit of eagerness. "Mei Yi, is what you said just now true?" Her voice carried an uncontrollable excitement. The boat owner lifted her eyelids and glanced at her. What the other party was thinking, she was very clear. When this matter was known by all the girls, there would definitely be many who would be tempted. The woman saw that Mei Yi didn't answer her and knew that she seemed to have gone overboard. But after thinking about it, she knew that this kind of thing couldn't be faked. The boat owner, Mei Yi, returned to the pavilion boat. The location was the veritable red light district of Chuanzhou. The entire area, the location of several streets, to a certain extent, could definitely be considered a city that never sleeps. According to the normal situation, the girls in the pavilion would get up one after another at this time. Of course, a few people's work and rest schedule was the same as ordinary people, such as the top hostess, Daybreak. The ceremony was imminent. As long as it was a normal person, their mood would definitely not be good. Daybreak was the same. Although she didn't show any expression on her face, she hadn't performed on stage for 3 days. This was the best explanation. However, Mei wasn't angry. As long as the girls under her were obedient, she had always been more tolerant. Mei returned to her residence first and quickly wrote 11 invitations. She had people send them out immediately and ensure that they were delivered to the owner. After thinking about it, she went to Daybreak's bedroom. As the top hostess's bedroom, the layout naturally wasn't small. There were 2 rooms inside and outside. The furnishings were exquisite and quite extraordinary. Those who didn't know would think that it was the bedroom of some noble lady. Under normal circumstances, this was the time for her afternoon nap. But now, she probably couldn't sleep. She was seriously playing the peep in her hands. Who was Mei Yi? She had also walked out of this step. She was also a talented and beautiful woman. Many of the girls under her had been personally taught by her. How could she not hear that Daybreak was absent-minded? Her fingers were only mechanically plucking the strings because she was familiar with them. There wasn't the slightest bit of emotion. If you don't want to play, then don't play. Mei said neither lightly nor heavily. Daybreak's fingers stopped plucking. She put down the pipa and came back to her senses. Mei sat down at the table. The servant girl at the side quickly poured a cup of tea. Mei didn't look at Daybreak. Annie Mei didn't look at the teacup. She just stared at Daybreak with a seriousness she had never shown before. This was the most special girl under her. Although she wasn't from a rich family, she still lived a rich life. However, her luck was bad and her fate was rough. When she was under her, she was only 12 years old. Although she wore rough clothes, she already showed the beauty of a budding beauty. Because of her foundation and careful training, she blossomed with a brilliant youth. She was quiet and reserved. No matter what was taught, she would learn and not resist. However, even when she was learning how to serve men, she didn't have a vulgar aura. Before the age of 15, she basically didn't let her show her face. After the age of 15, she tried her best to delay her marriage. However, in the end, she was in this line of work. It was impossible for her to never get married. Moreover, as her fame grew, whether she got married or not was no longer up to her as the owner. After a while, she said, "Tomorrow's marriage ceremony is canceled." This was originally a happy news. However, Daybreak's eyes only moved slightly before returning to calmness. "Are you unhappy? It's just that tomorrow is canceled. It's not like it's canceled forever. A day earlier or a day later. Isn't the result the same?" "Not necessarily. Jin Qinhuang has booked the pleasure boat for tomorrow. If Jin Qinhuang takes a fancy to you and wants to take you away, even if he doesn't give it to me, I can't do anything." Daybreak understood what she meant. In fact, compared to many brothels, Aunt Mei was already considered to be very humane. She said this. It seemed like she was giving herself a reason to let go, but it was also a sign of her soft heart. Although there were some contradictions, at certain times, she hoped that Daybreak could be good, but her emotions would prevail. Even so, Daybreak's face still didn't have any emotions. She picked up the peep again and fiddled with it. To me, it's naturally good. However, the one who will be hurt is Jin Qinhuang Fei, a woman whose fate is always manipulated by men. How innocent. You've already fallen to this point, and you're still thinking about others. Daybreak, how many years has it been? You're still like this. It's probably because I've been too good to you. If I let you suffer, let you taste the taste of being ridden by 1,000 people, and also encounter those special hobbies of abuse, you probably won't be so naive. At that time, if you encounter a good opportunity, maybe you'll nibble on the so-called first wife and also want to climb up. He said sarcastically. But what she was thinking in her heart, only she knew. https:///11/11807/6653798. Chapter 327. Even if Daybreak said so, Mei was still prepared to open the door for Daybreak. Moreover, from her position, she was fully responsible for this matter. It was completely justifiable for her to give the girls under her command a better opportunity. Even if others were jealous that she was using her power for personal gain, they would feel that it was a matter of course. Putting aside this matter, to a certain extent, between Mei, E, and Daybreak, there really was a mother-daughter relationship. The two people casually chatted about trivial matters until a servant came to report that the people invited by the owner of the boat had arrived. Mei then got up and left. After Mei left, Daybreak was somewhat lost in thought. It was unknown if she was thinking of something or if she was simply lost in thought. Mei held a round fan in her hand to cover half of her face. Because it was summer, at least 9 out of 10 of them were relatively cool. In front of Daybreak, Aunt May still had the appearance of an elder, but now she had the aura and smile that a group of people should have. Even if she wasn't meeting a benefactor when facing these old rivals, she still had to bring out her full grandeur. She gracefully appeared and greeted them with a smile. The girls under her command competed in beauty, and they were naturally no exception. Don't look at how they were already middle-aged Sun Yang in terms of age. Basically, they all walked the same path. If they occasionally met someone with a special taste, and they were willing, it wasn't a rare thing for them to receive guests at this age. I probably don't need to say the reason for inviting you all. In order to prevent these people from dragging their feet, it was clearly written on the invitation. With such a big banner, these people will be able to slip away quickly. Even though she won this time by borrowing the name of Jin Qin Wang, she didn't feel that it was wrong at all and deliberately revealed the smile of a victor. 11 people gritted their teeth at her, but there was no other way. Who told them to not hold the title of number 1? For people who didn't understand the situation of Sichuan Zhou Fu, if they had enough money, their first choice would definitely be the best. This so-called best was naturally the one with the title of number 1. Mei, enough. Enough, Mei Nyang. Who doesn't know each other? If you have something to say, just say it. Don't keep us in suspense. We all know what it means to be a prince. No matter what he wants, we just have to serve him well. If he's happy, it's naturally good for everyone. If he's unhappy, it's naturally bad for everyone. Some people couldn't stand her smug look. Mei Nyang sat down. If that's the case, then I'll be frank. Ani Mei told eunuch Mu's wishes one by one. Of course, it wasn't just the original words. The effect was at least 12 times exaggerated. Moreover, her words allowed the pavilion boat to have absolute control. That's basically it. Everyone knew that there was an element of exaggeration in this, but they didn't know how much of an exaggeration it was. Therefore, even if they were indignant, they didn't know where to start. Since Mei Nyang is the one making the decision, then what are the rules? Mei Nyang, just tell us directly and we'll listen. If there was nothing to say, then he would just let it go. There was no problem, and there was no need to fuss about it. However, it was absolutely impossible to trample on them too harshly. What do you all think about using the Myriad Flower Terrace and the 100-Boat Ferry? It was clear that Mei Nyang already had a plan in mind. Everyone was silent for a moment. 100-Boat Ferry? Our generation has only heard of it. We've always fought with each other openly and covertly. Even during festivals like the Lantern Festival and the Mid-Autumn Festival, we've never cooperated on the 100-Boat Ferry. This time, we'll use pleasing Jin Qin Wang to take a look ourselves. The others didn't say anything, but they obviously agreed with this idea. Whether it was the Myriad Flower Terrace or the 100-Boat Ferry, there were rules to follow. The main problem was the details. Let's not talk about other things. The top courtesans of each family must be the main characters. It's just that if they're together, how can they be separated? If they're together, how should they be together? And if they're separated, how should they be separated? After roughly agreeing on the rules, it was time to act on the specifics. The first thing was naturally to call back the people from each family's pleasure boats as fast as possible. Because they didn't know how long Jin Qin Wang's patience and interest could be maintained, they had to prepare all aspects as much as possible. There had to be enough programs. The girls from each building and boat were basically all within the predetermined range. Every day, there would be pleasure boats on Linchuan River. When there were fewer, there might be a boat 100 zhang apart. When there were more, there would be a boat at the head and tail of the boat. But today, it was a little strange. It seemed like it had been more than 2 shirchen, yet not a single boat was seen. What kind of situation was this? Did all the rich and powerful people have a change of character at the same time? Of course, this was the thought of those who didn't know the situation. Those who knew were like the guests who were driven off the pleasure boats. Faced with the various buildings and boats, they kindly apologized and even returned a lot of silver taels. Adding on the fact that they knew the whole story, they could only pinch their noses and admit it. They were somewhat angry but didn't dare to speak out. And the cancellation of the wedding ceremony of the top courtesan of the pavilion boat, Miss Daybreak, naturally spread more and more. Some people felt that it didn't matter. Naturally, there were also people who were extremely resentful. For example, those who were determined to get Daybreak. Among them, there might be people who only fancied Daybreak's appearance. Naturally, there were also people who were deeply in love with her. After all, there weren't many young masters who fancied the women of the brothels and brothels, but from time to time, there would be a few. Daybreak just so happened to meet such a person, and it was the young master of the Guan family. His family had originally been messed around by Jin Qinhuang. Now, even the woman he liked was going to be taken for himself by the other party. The hatred in his heart was practically about to condense into a substance, but unfortunately, he couldn't do anything about it. Thus, the hatred also included himself, a burning pain. That's right, in these people's view, Daybreak was definitely in Jin Qinhuang's bag. Of course, there was also this kind of group of people. For example, in a certain dark room, this Jin Qinhuang is really as extravagant as the rumors say. Moreover, he's a classic example of only the magistrate is allowed to set the fire, but the common people are not allowed to light the lamp. He even wants that kind of insatiable Wang Fei. What Qinhuang? He's just a lowly peasant who stole the Huan family's country. A rotten loach is a rotten loach. After sitting on the throne for a few years, he became a true dragon. Dream on. The others didn't comment on his words. At this time, their mouths were cursing nimbly. Once they got out of here, they dared to make sound. And as for how the Li Imperial clan was, they were well aware. Let's not talk about other things. This is a rare opportunity. If a turtle hides and doesn't go out, we can't get close even if we want to. Now that he's taken the initiative to come out, there's no reason to let him go. Do I need you to say this? I've been waiting for this day. A dissolute and lecherous man, coming to a place like Chuanzhou Fu. How could he not come out? https://11/11/11807/6653799. Chapter 328. When the preparations were almost done, Annie May sent someone to the other courtyard where Li Hongyuan and the others were currently staying. She wanted to inquire about when Jin Qinhuang was going out. Although the 100-boat ferry was fine regardless of whether it was day or night, but at night, with various kinds of lanterns, the mood would be better. Many people like the mood. Super fast and stable updates. However, Annie May did not have much hope of knowing Jin Qinhuang's schedule. She was just trying her luck. If she could know, it would be better. If she could not, she would just make more preparations. Speaking of which, Li Hongyuan's guards were not few in number, but those who knew about his private affairs were still few. After all, even if they were trusted by him, it was impossible for all of them to be nearby guards. On the other hand, the closer they were, the more they would know. However, there were only a few people who knew that it was actually Jing Wan who went to the pleasure boat to listen to music and enjoy the dance. Therefore, when the guards at the door knew the purpose of the visitors, they were a little stunned. Wang Ye had deep feelings for Wang Fei. This was absolute. Previously, no matter if it was Kaiming Prefecture City or Chongzhou Prefecture City, whenever Wang Ye went out, he would bring Wang Fei with him. Places like brothels, he would not even touch the corner of the street. Now, Wang Ye let people book the pleasure boat. They were used to Wang Ye's attitude towards Wang Fei. How could they not be stunned when he suddenly did this? However, even if they thought until their brains broke, they would not know that this was actually Jingwan's wish. However, this kind of thing, it was obvious that people outside would not dare to casually joke about it. Using this kind of joke to come to the door, was it not courting death? The problem now was, should they chase them away? If they chased them away, they were not qualified to decide Wang Ye's matters. If they did not dare to leave, if they went in to ask, it might alarm Wang Fei. It did not seem right. In the end, they decided to go and ask. Anyway, they could not face Wanya directly. One of them went in, and the one who came out to meet him was naturally Mu, and Muin nodded. Wait a moment. Wang Fei usually had a plan when doing things. Even when going out, it was the same. She was not like Master, who did not care about ordinary small things and acted as she pleased. As soon as Jingwan heard Eunuch Mu's words, she guessed that it was probably not as simple as a gaily painting pleasure boat. It was likely that a lot of people were involved. However, whether it was Muin or the owner of the gaily painting pleasure boat who had a hand in it, there was no need to investigate now. To some extent, it was more appropriate to make it known now than to keep a low profile. Muin, go and see what kind of preparations they've made. If necessary, we can cooperate with them to prevent them from brushing away our good intentions. Yes. As for Jin Xinhuang's opinion, what was that? All right, it's not that exaggerated. However, if Moon were to ask again, he might not get anything good out of it and might even incur his master's dissatisfaction. The result would be the same anyway, so why bother to ask again? It took Moon almost half an hour to go back and forth, and the news he brought back was considerable. More than 4 hours? That was the time it took for a large-scale party in her previous life. Of course, it's best to make it perfect. Let them arrange it according to the most suitable time. Just inform me when the time comes. Aunt May sent someone to follow Eunuch Mu back. In this way, Eunuch Mu did not have to go again. As for the upcoming 100-boat crossing, Jingwan was looking forward to it, but she didn't seem to be in a rush. After all, with her experience in her previous life, she had seen wonderful things that she hadn't seen before. Regardless of whether it was gorgeous or profound, those directors were all talented. She just didn't know how good the director's ability was in pure ancient style. When it was time to do something, she would do it. After waking up from her afternoon nap, she took some time to wake up. Then, Jingwan's clothes for going out were sent over. It was a set of men's clothes. Jingwan raised her eyebrows. Looking at the craftsmanship, she knew that it was made by her own maid. Obviously, it was not possible to have it before, but there was no trace of it being made in a hurry. Either it was changed from someone's clothes, or it was originally prepared for someone. It had already been embroidered and only needed to be cut and sewn. It doesn't seem strange for a dignified Wang Ye to bring a maid to the pleasure boat. Although it was a bit strange to bring a woman to that kind of place, but some people were so willful that you could not do anything about it. Jin Xinhuang's style should be considered outstanding. Didn't they all say that Ben Wang likes both men and women? Instead of bringing a maid, Ben Wang is more willing to bring a handsome young master. Li Hongyuan was half leaning and half leaning, looking at Jingwan with a bit of charm. Jingwan clearly felt Li Hongyuan's exuberant interest. It seemed that this was a very interesting matter to him, and it seemed to be more important than anything else. This man was almost obedient to her in every way. So this little interest, how could he not respond? Jingwan went to the inner room to change her clothes, tied up her hair, and also brought a folding fan. Then, with one hand behind her back, Jingwan lightly fanned herself as she walked out with a perfect smile. What a romantic young man, but his gaze should not fall on her chest. Li Hongyuan narrowed his eyes and sized her up. In the end, his gaze still fell on that position. Thus, his smile became more obvious. Turning back to before we got married, Wan could still reluctantly pretend to be a young master, but now, Jingwan closed the folding fan in her hand and casually threw it over. Li Hongyuan stretched out his hand and caught it. With a snap, he opened it. That was the true, boundless romance. Jingwan was well aware of her own body. In the past few months, she had grown faster than she had expected, be it in terms of height or other areas. In fact, her puberty was considered to be late in comparison. At certain times, intercourse could indeed promote puberty. After this period of time, even if she wanted to grow, she probably wouldn't be able to grow much. Who is to blame? Jingwan glared at him. Blame me, blame me. Although Li Hongyuan did not know the relationship between puberty and external factors, but this kind of thing, even if the responsibility was not on him, it was on him. He was even somewhat complacent. How could Jingwan not know that she was being teased again? She was too lazy to continue, otherwise, in the end, the one who lost would still be herself. What's the difference between this and women's clothing? Naturally, you can't fool people at close range. But from afar, it's not a problem to fool them. Using the folding fan to cover up appropriately. Li Hongyuan gestured to his body. By tomorrow, the news of this prince having Nan phone will spread throughout Chuanzhou Institute. What's the meaning of this? Jingwan was a little puzzled. I want to see if the level of someone's shamelessness will increase by a little. Jingwan nodded. Yuan, just say that you want to find an idea. It's not that complicated. To put it bluntly, a certain someone's bad temper is acting up again. https:///11/11807/6653803. Chapter 329. Jingwan followed Li Hongyuan out the door before she remembered whether or not she should bring a maid. Just let He Mei and Bai Xiao follow. Li Hongyuan directly selected people. Li Hongyuan naturally wouldn't let them fall behind in terms of martial arts. On the contrary, he even stepped up their training. When Jingwan didn't know, they didn't fall behind every day. Originally, He Mei and Bai Xiao didn't know who the person who was supposed to be teaching and training them was. Now, they basically knew. However, no one exposed it and didn't mention it to Jingwan. To some extent, this was a matter between Wang Fei and Wang Ye. Men's clothing. A maid should be the same as her master. No need, it won't affect them. In fact, if you follow the arrangement on the pleasure boat, it doesn't matter if you follow openly. Jingwan lightly rolled her eyes. Was it interesting to talk about this now? If he didn't intend for her to wear men's clothing from the beginning, he wouldn't have taken it out. Moreover, he clearly knew that she would never refuse such a small matter. This man was really, from the beginning, he harbored evil intentions and had her firmly in his grasp. Li Hongyuan chuckled and scratched the tip of Jingwan's nose, then naturally kissed it. When the guards, including Yu Zhongqing, Li Suyin, and the others, saw Jingwan in men's clothing for the first time, their first reaction was to wonder when Jinxin Wang had a little gongzi that he was so close to. The next moment, they discovered that it was Qin Wang Fei and hurriedly moved their line of sight away, not daring to look anymore. As for the reason why Jinxin Wang Fei was dressed like this, no one went back to investigate. When Li Hongyuan went out, if it wasn't for Jingwan's request, he was basically a master who wouldn't hide his whereabouts. Today, he had some purpose, so naturally, he wouldn't hide it. There weren't many guards by his side, a total of more than 20, and there were also a few female guards. Were all the guards just like this? Of course not. Li Hongyuan knew very well that Jiangnan was the nest of the remnants of the previous dynasty. He didn't know the exact number of people, but it definitely wouldn't be a small number. This group of people was dedicated to finding trouble for the Li royal family. Assassination was a normal thing. In today's situation, it would be strange if they didn't make a move. With Wan by his side, he would naturally make proper arrangements just in case. When they arrived at the Linchuan River, they saw a two-story pleasure boat that looked much larger than ordinary pleasure boats. The curtains hanging around the lower level had all been dismantled, and the interior was exquisitely decorated. The upper level was like a house, but there was no roof in the middle. It was like a walkway connecting the two sides. It was relatively narrower, and there was a wider space on the outside. Of the houses on both sides, the left side was shorter, while the right side, in Jingwan's eyes, was either a small three-story or a fake one. The roof was also carved and decorated with colored glaze. It could be seen that a lot of thought had gone into this pleasure boat alone. Of course, the real beauty wasn't the pleasure boat, but the people on the pleasure boat. Because of their arrival, a group of beauties came out of the pleasure boat in a line. With Annie Mae in the lead, there were 2 rows of 12 people behind her. They could be said to be national beauties, each with their own unique characteristics. They were fat and thin, and behind them was a group of maidservants who looked younger. Looking at their beauty, in a year or two, they would probably become a veritable cash cow again. Not to mention other things, just this scene alone was definitely a feast for the eyes. With so many beauties gathered together, and the kind that cultivated both inside and outside, even the beauty contest in her previous life probably couldn't reach this level of standard. After all, those people were beautiful, but could they be good at zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, learning, and cultivation? Jingwan secretly praised in her heart. This trip was really too right. Facing so many beauties, even eunuch Mu couldn't help but take a few more glances. The most indifferent was probably Li Hongyuan, especially when he saw Jingwan's eyes, which seemed to be shining. She had never looked at him like this before. His expression instantly turned cold. If looks had killing power, these beauties would probably be disfigured. Li Hongyuan grabbed Jingwan's waist and walked straight to the pleasure boat. Although Annie Mei and the others were squatting with their heads lowered, they could still see Li Hongyuan's movements from the corner of their eyes. Naturally, they hurriedly signaled to people behind them to disperse and not block the way. Jingwan retracted her attention and turned her head to look at Li Hongyuan. When she turned around, she understood his current state and couldn't help but laugh. Li Hongyuan looked at her from the corner of his eyes. Is it very funny? His face darkened even more. Jingwan quickly reached out to stroke his back and smooth his hair. No, absolutely not. But Li Hongyuan's expression didn't improve at all. Perhaps we should go back now. Sometimes, I even wonder if I shouldn't have brought you out. My heart is playing more and more cross-country. Today, we chartered the pleasure boat. Tomorrow, will we go directly to the brothel? There should be Nanfeng restaurant in Jiangnan. Do you want to see it? Jingwan really didn't know what to say. When this man was childish and petty, he was just like a 3-year-old child. At this time, it was best not to say anything. She looked at him, focused on him, and treated him as the whole world. She didn't ask about the scenery in front of her, didn't ask about the road under her feet, and then, even if Li Hongyuan didn't look at her, his face softened. He reached out to cover Jingwan's eyes. Don't look. Jingwan smiled like a flower. Li Hongyuan turned his head to look at her. You're sure that I won't do anything to you? All right. This good time and beautiful scenery don't disappoint. The voices between the two people hadn't been restrained. Mei Yi and the others didn't dare to look directly at Li Hongyuan. They could only tell from his clothing that the person standing next to him was a man. At first, when they saw Jin Xinwang's movements, they were surprised that he was actually Nanfeng. But when this person opened his mouth, the woman's voice couldn't be more obvious. Now that they understood the reason for Jin Xinwang's appearance, it couldn't be said that they weren't shocked. However, this kind of thing, it was best to block it in the stomach. No matter if other people knew or not, in short, it couldn't come out from their own mouth. https://11/4/11/11/6653807 Mobile reading website. Chapter 330. Li Hongyuan brought Jingwan to a short table and sat down. This net is worth your collection. Soon after, the others followed in. On their side, there was only Yu Zhongxing, Li Xian, and Yi Mook Gonggong, the black and white beauties, as well as 2 female guards. Fortunately, Mei Yi was already prepared. She had already thought of the situation where Jin Xinwang brought more people. She hurriedly waved to both sides, and the 2 pleasure boats that were parked 3 zhang away quickly rowed over. The remaining people were divided into 2. Li Hongyuan slightly frowned. The more unfamiliar people there were, the greater the danger. Moreover, even if the pleasure boat was big enough to stay in this space together, it was still quite crowded in Li Hongyuan's eyes. It was also very annoying to look at. As someone who followed Li Hongyuan all year round, how could Mook Gonggong not know? He quivered. Boat owner, there are too many people here. I'll have to trouble you to send some to the other 2 pleasure boats. People like Mei Yi and the others naturally paid attention to the reactions of the guests at all times. If it was an ordinary guest, even if it was a high official, she could still talk and laugh freely and even show off her flirtatiousness. However, Because of the other party's noble status, she couldn't stare at them as a matter of course. Moreover, there was that aura that kept strangers away. Also, the person dressed as a man was most likely Jin Xinhuang Fei. Thus, she could only watch carefully. When she saw Jin Xinhuang's frown, she knew that he was displeased. However, she didn't know the reason at all. Fortunately, she received a reminder in the next moment. Naturally, she didn't dare to have any neglect. There were nearly 30 servant girls serving on this boat. She gritted her teeth, and only 4 were left. The rest were all sent away. This time, the people on the pleasure boat were basically cut down by half. Why were there so many servants on the pleasure boat? It was because the 12 people behind Aunt May were the best of the 12 families. These people all had 2 servant girls by their side to serve them. In addition to the people Aunt May had prepared for emergencies, there were so many people. Originally, he didn't think much of it, but now it seemed that he really didn't think much of it. As for the leading ladies of each family, there was no one to serve them. In the future, they would do everything by themselves. In Aunt May's opinion, this was not a big deal. Not to mention what could happen on this pleasure boat. At least half of the 12 of them had served others before. Although they had lived a pampered life for a few years, it was not to the extent that they could not live without others at all. The gaily painted pleasure boat began to glide on the surface of the water leisurely. Outside the boat were some strong old maids. They seemed to be very good at steering the boat and were unusually stable. The other 2 pleasure boats were less than half a zhang away from each other, half a boat's length behind. Today's main guest was Jingwan. The others were all accompanying guests. So naturally, whatever Jingwan said was what it was. However, these people had never accompanied a female guest before. For a moment, they didn't know what to do. Moreover, it was fine if it was an ordinary person, but her status was honorable and they couldn't afford to offend her. As the other's husband, Jin Xinhuang sat beside Jingwan and poured himself a cup of tea. He didn't have any intention to speak and was completely accompanying the guests. In the end, it was Jingwan who spoke first and broke the silence. You don't have to care about it. Do what you need to do. I'm purely curious. That's why I appeared here. Speaking of which, if it was revealed, her reputation would be damaged the most. If it was spread back to the capital, she might not be able to be a Wang Fei. She was the most relaxed person. In the end, it was because she had absolute trust in Li Hongyuan. If it could be completely normal, it was not impossible. The problem was that the pleasure boats and brothels, whether it was singing or dancing, all had a decadent color. It was not suitable. If Wang Ye and Gongzi don't mind, this slave will play a song for the 2 of you. In the silence, Daybreak stood up and crouched down with a peeper in her arms. Jingwan's gaze fell on Daybreak. Among these people, her impression of Daybreak was quite deep. Compared to the others, Daybreak's temperament was more prominent. Perhaps it was because of this line of work, the others more or less had a bit of a prostitute's aura. Even now, whether it was their dressing or words and actions, some subtle movements still exposed this point. If one didn't know that they were in this line of work, perhaps they wouldn't have noticed that Daybreak didn't have this kind of feeling. There was another point. Just now, after they sat down, these people came in and naturally saw the appearance of the husband and wife. Even Mei Yi's eyes flashed with amazement. Not to mention the others, until now, their eyes seemed to fall on a certain person. Only Daybreak's gaze was completely restrained at the beginning. Moreover, there was no fluctuation in her eyes. It was as if this person was the same as the other she had seen. There was no special point. There were 2 possibilities for this kind of person. First, their heart was like still water, or even like stagnant water. Second, to attract attention. Okay. Jingwan smiled and nodded. Daybreak walked towards the small stage in front of them and sat down quietly. Her fingers plucked at the strings of a zither. From the beginning, it was clear that this was not the decadent music that was popular in the brothels. It was gentle, comfortable, and also bright and beautiful. It was as if a breeze had been added to the cool surface of the river. Not only that, Daybreak's movements were also very beautiful. More importantly, she was very focused. She was so focused that it seemed like there was only the zither in her hands left in the world. The current daybreak reminded Jingwan of her sister-in-law, Sun Ijia. Comparing a prostitute to a noble lady from the Duke's public house was definitely a humiliation to the latter. However, in reality, daybreak was even better. Jingwan wasn't the only one who was attracted. Li Hanyuan also slightly focused. It was obvious that this skill had reached a rather high level. Jingwan held her chin and listened quietly. It was unlikely that this was a woman whose heart was like stagnant water. Could it be that she was really trying to attract their attention? Of course, Jingwan wouldn't jump to such a conclusion. After all, some people were indifferent to other things and only focused on one thing. When the song ended, Jingwan couldn't help but clap her hands and pray sincerely. Daybreak seemed to have returned to her senses because of the applause. She stood up, squatted down, and returned to her original position. Regardless of how others looked at Daybreak, whether they thought that she was scheming or not, she remained quiet. https://11/11807/6653812. We will handle it as soon as possible. Chapter 331. Of course, Jingwan looked at it with a pure appreciation of art and did not feel that there was any problem with this dance. In fact, in the previous life, by chance, Jingwan had seen a special performance. In addition, perhaps due to Jingwan's identity, during the dance, her eyes never fell on Li Hanyuan. Jingwan's good mood naturally would not be affected. From start to finish, she watched with great interest and was not stingy with her applause at the end. Moving net from this, she had roughly grasped her temperament in this aspect and said that it made people feel slightly relieved. Mei knelt in the lower position and gently exhaled. She could also see that this Jin Qian Wangfei might really be curious. However, when she looked at them, she did not have a strange gaze. Not only that, any random girl here might be better than her in terms of appearance, but there was not a bit of jealousy in her eyes. Her attitude was quite good. Looking at them, it was more like admiring a beautiful scenery, a beautiful painting, an exquisite piece of porcelain. Her eyes were full of admiration. To be able to cultivate this kind of attitude was actually not an easy thing. The environment of the maternal family before marriage, the attitude of the husband's family after marriage, especially the husband's attitude, were all crucial. This Jin Qian Wangfei should have been good before marriage. As for now, needless to say, Jin Qian Wangfei only occasionally looked at the person performing in front of him and did not contain any emotions. His eyes were very calm, as if he was looking at an ordinary person, an ordinary object. Compared to Jin Qian Wangfei, he was far from qualified. More often, his gaze was on Jin Qian Wangfei. As long as he looked at her, his gaze could not help but soften. Moreover, she did not need anyone to wait on her, and instead personally peeled grapes for Jin Qian Wangfei. Looking at her skillful posture and seeing that there was no difference in the expressions of the people following her, one would know that this was definitely not the first time. Jin Qian Wangfei, that was the person held at the tip of Jin Qian Wangfei's heart. If he did not spoil her to the extreme, how could he agree to such a willful request? It must be known that if this kind of thing was spread out, it would not only damage Jin Qian Wangfei's reputation, Jin Qian Wangfei himself would also be implicated. Auntie Mei retracted her gaze. Some people were really born to make others jealous. Not only did they have the same status, they were also pampered and loved wherever they went. After grasping the basics, Aunt Mei basically knew how to act. Naturally, she was no longer as reserved as she was in the beginning, not knowing what to say. She was careful and eager, but she also grasped it just right. She grasped it to the point that it would not make people feel disgusted, and she had always addressed Jing Wan as Little Gongzi. To a certain extent, Aunt Mei could be considered a knowledgeable person. Although she wasn't a native of Chuanzhou Prefecture, she had spent 70% of her time in this prefecture city. She was quite familiar with the customs of the people and had many things at her fingertips. If one didn't know her background, they might have thought that she was a noble lady for some family. Speaking of the delicacies of the Chuanzhou residence, we have already prepared a banquet without your permission. But because it's still early and the weather is hot, we decided to follow the rules of a banquet and prepared 2 dishes at once. What do you think, Your Highness and little Gongzi? If there is anything inappropriate, the owner of the boat has troubled us. This is good. There is nothing inappropriate, Jingwan said with a smile. Some things, even if one knew that it was troublesome, it was best not to refuse. Perhaps it should be said that this topic was brought up at the right time. Just as her voice fell, the first 2 dishes were delivered. They were first inspected on the pleasure boat by the side before being delivered to Jingwan and the others. No one felt that there was anything wrong. The first 2 dishes looked quite exquisite and exceptionally gorgeous. To be honest, it was not worse than the most gorgeous imperial banquet, but there were some things that were pleasing to the eye but not useful. Aunt May introduced the main ingredients of the 2 dishes as well as their origins. Although she didn't know that it was time for the main meal, Jingwan's appetite was still good. Aunt May saw it, but the 2 servant girls following her didn't have any intention to serve her. Aunt May was a little hesitant about whether to serve her. Jingwan directly started, but before she could eat, Li Honyuan suddenly knocked on the table with his fingertips. Jingwan looked sideways at him and smiled. "Wait, let me try first." Then she unceremoniously put it into her mouth. In the end, it was intercepted by Li Hongyuan halfway. With a little force, he put it into his mouth with chopsticks and chewed it carefully. He looked at Jingwan with a faint smile. Our little Gongzi Luo can't do anything disrespectful just because he is favored by this prince. In fact, there was a tacit understanding between the 2 of them. Logically speaking, with Gong Jiu's ability, there was probably no poison in the world that could be hidden from him. However, there were no absolutes. Now was a special time. If Jingwan wanted to taste the dishes, how could Li Honyuan allow it? Jingwan was helpless, but when she thought of something, she gave up. She suspected that someone might have resistance to poison. As the saying goes, the world is big and there are many strange things. In her previous life, there were some people with special physiques. His special physique didn't seem to be a surprising thing. The taste is not bad. Our little Gongzi can try it. Jingwan raised her eyebrows. Most poisons need a process to take effect. His tongue can detect the poison. Since Prince said so, this student will naturally not be polite. https:///11/11807/6653814. Chapter 332. Annie Mae's worries were not unfounded. When the 3rd dish was delivered, a voice that was neither light nor heavy came from the pleasure boat beside them, but it was enough for the main pleasure boat to hear clearly. "This dish's color is not very good, so don't send it to master." Jingwan could clearly hear that it was Gong Jiu's voice. "Nonsense, our restaurant." The person who delivered the dish clearly wanted to refute, but his mouth was quickly covered, and he was detained along with the dish. Aunt May thought that she had experienced many storms, but at this moment, she couldn't stop her heart from palpitating. Although she tried her best to control her expression, she still revealed some clues. And those top courtesans on the pleasure boats seemed to have realized that something was wrong, just like the 2 who were performing together. They kept making mistakes. Li Hongyuan put the wine cup in his hand on the table. It was a little heavy. If you haven't practiced it well, don't take it out and make a fool of yourself. The sound of the zither came to an abrupt stop, and the dancing woman seemed to be frozen in an instant. It looked a little funny. Jingwan reached out and patted him. They were all delicate women. Although they were in a brothel, it was obvious that with their status, most of the time, they would be flattered by others. Now that they were frightened, wouldn't it spoil their mood? Since they were going out to have fun, naturally, it would be best to avoid unpleasant things. Jingwan waved her hand, indicating for them to go down. The 2 of them felt as if they had been pardoned. They went up to the 2nd floor with the excuse of changing clothes. Jingwan took another cup, poured some wine, and pushed it in Aunt May's direction. "Boat owner, don't be nervous. Drink a cup of wine and calm down. Little Gongzi, You're too kind. How could a lowly servant like her bear the wine personally poured by the prince consort? It's just a cup of wine. It's not necessary. Drink. His Highness has always been magnanimous. If this dish is not cooked, even if he wants to pursue the matter, he should pursue the fault of the restaurant. As long as the owner of the boat has nothing to do with the restaurant, he naturally won't vent his anger on you, Jingwan said unhurriedly, as if it was really just a dish that was ruined. Aunt May composed herself. Her meaning could not be more obvious. This matter would be investigated. As long as it had nothing to do with her, she would not be angered because it happened on her boat. Little Gongzi is right. His Highness is wise and observant. He leaned forward slightly and took the wine cup on the table. Thank you, little Gongzi. Even so, he still felt uneasy. It seemed that he had booked a table of dishes, but in fact he had ordered all kinds of signature dishes for various big restaurants. He had just ordered them according to the scheduled time and asked them to cook and deliver them on time. Now there was a big mess. This dish was ruined. Would there be a second dish, a third dish, or even more? In fact, the best way was to not serve the following dishes, but it was not up to her to decide. It was just that they all said that the son of a wealthy family should not sit under the awning. Since he knew that there was danger, why didn't Jin Xin Wang order to stop it? Even if he wanted to lure the snake out of its hole, the things that were sent over should not be eaten. If he didn't vent his anger now, if something happened one after another, it would ruin his mood. Everything would become unknown. Jingwan declined to comment and turned to look at the beauties. Continue, who's next? In fact, at this time, no one was willing to take the lead, fearing that they would make a mistake. However, there were 12 people, and the first round was not over yet. Previously, Daybreak was the first to stand up. Because the situation was not right, she set a good start, but it was inevitable that people would feel that she had ulterior motives. However, they forgot that she was originally the one to start. If they followed the original order, the next lead was a bit timid and could not adapt to the current atmosphere. If she stood up, it would be bad for her to stand up. Mei winked several times, but was indifferent. She helplessly signaled to the people behind her. However, each and every one of them did not want to see and pretended to be deaf and mute. Mei's heart was filled with anger. Daybreak glanced at Mei and sighed in her heart. She once again stood up. Otherwise, when trouble came, Mei would be the first to bear the brunt. After all, she was the one who raised her with extravagance. Disregarding the factors that people did not want to face, there was still some true feelings. She cannot ignore it. This servant suddenly thought of a suitable song and boldly took up the time of the other sisters. I will embarrass myself once more. I hope that Prince and young master will agree. Everyone was well aware of the current situation. Jingwan had a good impression of Daybreak and naturally would not be unwilling. It was naturally better to not break the good atmosphere. In comparison, Annie Mae's heart was even more complicated. She had always felt that Daybreak had not adjusted her mentality. How could a brothel not be stained with dust? Although she sometimes mocked her, she had never truly suppressed her to completely fall, nor did she use any means to dye her black. She had even imperceptibly protected her innocence and sincerity. She was clearly an old pimp, and doing this was simply unreasonable. However, when something really happened, she was probably the only one who would stand up. Eunuch Moose said that his master liked clean people. This was not wrong. What kind of person was Li Hongyuan? What Jingwan could see, he naturally could see more clearly. Under normal circumstances, he did not have a good impression of women outside. Only the people who served Jingwan had a good impression of her. It was rare for Daybreak to be ranked below them. However, it was probably like this. Even if he met her again in the future, his impression of her would not improve. But it was obvious that he would not meet her again. Li Hongyuan's subordinates naturally moved quickly. Li Suyin stepped on the railing at the edge of the pleasure boat. With one leap, she landed on another pleasure boat. She took 2 people and the waiter and left on the small boat that delivered food. If one wanted to investigate something, it was naturally better to move as fast as possible. Speaking of which, Linchuan River was very wide. It was not much inferior to the moat in the capital. Listening to the leisurely sound, Jingwan changed her location and sat on the railing. Below her was the clear river. Looking ahead, she could see boats coming and going. The river bank was verdant and lush with willows. There was also an endless stream of traffic. The pedestrians were either lazy or in a hurry. There was an illusion of peace and tranquility. Jingwan leaned on the railing. Her chin rested on the edge of the railing. She stretched out a hand and hung it naturally. She probably wanted to feel the moisture of the water. However, the railing on the boat was high enough. Naturally, she could not reach it. During this period of time, she had been entertaining those officials' wives. Although she occupied a high position and held absolute control, she was absolutely bored. This kind of relaxed and unrestrained nature naturally made people happy. Li Hongyuan sat in his original position, drinking by himself. Jingwan was admiring the scenery. She was the most beautiful scenery in his eyes. When Li Hongyuan turned around to take the wine bottle again, a woman came forward attentively. She was obviously prepared to serve him. His gaze was stern. That woman immediately stiffened. Her gaze shifted and landed on Mei Yi. When the people below made a mistake, it was always right to find the people above to take the blame. Mei Yi was originally focused on Jingwan and did not notice this. Li Hongyuan's gaze was like a substance. She quivered and turned around. How could she not understand what was going on? She was so angry that she almost vomited blood. She quickly kowtowed to Li Hongyuan, but did not dare to make a sound for fear of startling Jinqin Wangfei. Li Hongyuan silently withdrew his gaze. Mei Yi stood up and grabbed that woman. She even used her hand to block her mouth. She fiercely pinched her arm and coldly reprimanded her in a low voice. If you dare to make a sound, I guarantee that you won't be able to see tomorrow's sun. She dragged her to the side. On the other side, because of the half-hanging curtain, Jingwan's line of sight was more or less cut off. In front of other people, she fiercely pushed. That woman fell to the ground, her back hitting the edge of the short table. She fiercely sucked in a breath of cold air, her face deathly pale. The bystanders did not have any sympathy. After all, as the top hostess of the 12 brothels and pleasure boats, they were genuine competitors. If the situation was not special, they would definitely not gather in one place and coldly watch. They even moved to the side, regardless of whether they had the same idea as her. As long as they did not act, it seemed that they could despise her. Annie Mae bent down and pinched her chin. She lowered her voice, but it was still cold. You're so blind. If you were someone from my pavilion boat, I would have thrown you into the river and drowned you. It's not wrong to want to climb up the social ladder and get rid of your current status, but you have to look at the situation. To teach you such a thing, and to call yourself the top hostess, any random girl from the other families is better than you. It's no wonder that the famous leader 10 years ago has fallen out of the top 10. If you dare to make trouble again, even if you're not someone from Pavilion Boat, I will skin you alive. Mei stood up and tidied her clothes. Only then did she return with a faint smile. Clearly, this small change did not attract Jingwan's attention. Then, she inadvertently saw a pleasure boat in the distance approaching. Her purpose could not be more obvious. She turned around and met Li Hongyuan's gaze. She smiled faintly and said, "Prince, there are visitors." Li Hongyuan's gaze shifted slightly. Naturally, he saw the pleasure boat. Just let them return. To dare to come at this time, I'm afraid it's not an ordinary person. Prince might as well wait until you understand the identity of the visitor before making a decision. You're the one who loves to worry. No matter who it is, it's not like there won't be a chance after today. I won't see them. Some friendships between men are not built in brothels. This person didn't come early or late, but chose this time. How can it not arouse suspicion? Jingwan smiled with a deeper meaning. I'm going to change. She got up and walked toward the stairs. Bai Xiao and He may exchange a look. Bai Xiao nodded slightly and quickly followed. His wife had spoken. Li Hongyuan naturally had to meet them. But, to disturb his good mood, someone had to pay for it. Receiving the master's signal, seeing the other party getting closer and closer, a pleasure boat at the side sped up and blocked the main pleasure boat. There's a pleasure boat in front. Quickly detour. The music that originally came from the pleasure boat gradually stopped. The surrounding curtains were quickly hung up. A person who seemed to be in charge quickly walked to the bow, exceptionally respectful and modest. "Is Prince Jean on the pleasure boat? My master is a salt merchant from Jiangnan, surnamed Tai. He requests an audience with Prince." Li Honyuan practiced martial arts, and his ears were sharp. The sound in front was not loud, but because he paid attention, he could hear it clearly. Logically speaking, insignificant merchants naturally had no qualifications to have an audience. However, there were always some people who were exceptions. Among Jiangnan's great salt merchants, there was only one with the surname Tai. The others with the surname Tai were mostly his clansmen and followed his lead. Li Honyuan investigated the salt policy, so he naturally knew about these great salt merchants. Jiangnan's #1 salt merchant was naturally the most important. It was no wonder that the other party dared to come knocking. Speaking of those greedy people, out of 10 people, there would definitely be 10 who received benefits from this person. This was the connections in the hands of these merchants. This iron salt head was ruthless in bed and had a special hobby for the person beside him. In business, he was very skilled. He treated his subordinates with a sense of tension and was clear about rewards and punishments. He was also not stingy with his clansmen. As the head of a clan, he had a very heavy right to speak. He was even very far-sighted. He chose a few clansmen with better qualifications and moved them out of the clan. He fully supported the younger generation to study and walk the path of an official. Even 2 or 3 of his own sons were sent out for foster care. In another 10 years, no, it didn't even need 10 years. As long as one of them became an official, with his financial resources and a good choice of path, he would be able to skyrocket. As long as one stood firm, he would naturally be able to pull up the others. One day, he would be able to make the entire clan stand up. A mere merchant, yet he had the ambition to make the entire clan a prestigious clan. Li Honyuan gently knocked on the table and drank slowly. When the words came from the front, he still had a lazy expression and ignored them. However, if he didn't speak, the others naturally didn't dare to do anything. The people in the officialdom had to be dealt with, so these salt merchants naturally couldn't be let go. Of course, he wasn't in charge now, so there had to be a limit to how he dealt with them. After all, if he dealt with these salt merchants, it would also cause chaos. Not only would it affect their intricate network of relationships, but it would also cause civil unrest. Therefore, he had to be careful when dealing with them. Iron Salthead might not have anything to say to his own people, but he was ruthless to the outside world. Moreover, his business was too big. The price of salt in some places could be decided by him with a single word. If he colluded with the officials and merchants, in the end, only the common people would suffer. Therefore, this person was bound to be on the list of people to be cleaned up. When Li Honyuan slowly finished the wine in his cup, he gave a signal. However, he didn't intend to let anyone board the pleasure boat they were on. He just let the 2 pleasure boats side by side, with a distance of 1 zhang between them. Iron Salt Head was really as the rumors said. He had a big belly, and his smile was like the Maitreya Buddha. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that his wealth was comparable to that of an aristocratic family. However, his clothes weren't very luxurious, and there wasn't the slightest bit of the aura of a nouveau riche. Those who didn't know would think that he was a person with excellent cultivation. Even if he was surrounded by beauties, he didn't feel anything. Facing Li Honyuan, he respectfully saluted. "This commoner greets Jean Wangya." In contrast to Iron Salthead, Li Honyuan leaned back with a leisurely expression. Mei knelt beside him to serve him. It could be said that he was enjoying himself. Hearing this, he only slightly tilted his head to take a look. Then, he unconcernedly withdrew his gaze and continued to drink and listen to music. Seeing Ben Wang, "What's the matter?" Iron Salthead couldn't quite grasp Li Hongyuan's thoughts. He wasn't sure whether this Jean Wanya had the ability or not. After all, many things about him were rumors, and he didn't dare to make a conclusion. After a moment of consideration, This commoner heard that Wang Ye has booked more than 10 pleasure boats and will perform the 100-boat ferry today. The 100-boat ferry has been famous for a long time, but hasn't appeared for decades. Would this commoner have the fortune to see it? Li Hongyuan sneered. He finally sat up straight and looked at the other party. The 100-boat ferry is so grand. Did Ben Wang block Lin Chuan River, or what? Thinking about it, it was obvious that the 100-boat ferry would be more grand than the Dragon Boat race on the Dragon Boat Festival. It would inevitably attract the attention of countless people. Li Hongyuan didn't order an eviction, and he wouldn't do such a thing. Naturally, anyone could see it, anyone could reward it. However, the 100-boat ferry used pleasure boats, and the performers were all prostitutes. There would be many people who would avoid arousing suspicion. This commoner was ignorant. Iron Salt Head hurriedly said with a bit of apology, "You can't find Ben Wang for this." Whether it was Li Hongyuan's expression or tone, it was obvious that he was displeased. That's not the case. This commoner obtained a rare item some time ago. At first glance, it looked like a jade-like stone, but when you looked at it, there was a universe inside. Under the surface, there was a natural-born Qi Yuan map. It was very lifelike. This commoner thought that only the imperial family was worthy of such an item. Therefore, this commoner was bold enough to offer this item to Wang Ye. Iron Salt Head hurriedly explained, "Oh." Li Hongyuan seemed to be interested. "Let Ben Wang take a look." Yes. Iron Salt Head was also clever. He hurriedly had someone bring the pleasure boat closer, and respectfully and carefully had someone bring out a square-foot wooden box. "Wang Ye, look. Yu Zhongqing, go get it." "Yes." Yu Zhongqing responded. His movements were particularly clean and nimble. He quickly brought the item over. He opened it and placed it in front of Li Hongyuan. Inside the wooden box, on top of a black velvet cloth, there was a stone with an irregular shape. Its surface was very smooth. Upon closer inspection, it was just as Iron Salt had said. There was a Qi Yuan map inside. Its shape was more than 90% similar. It looked like a level that could not be achieved by humans. Li Hongyuan took the wooden box and turned around. Sister He quickly tidied up the things on the table, leaving enough space for Li Hongyuan. Li Hongyuan was admiring this rare item, as if he had forgotten about everyone else. Although he did not show any joy, Iron Salt had guessed that he would like it very much. The people of the imperial family might not like rare treasures, but for this kind of thing with a good meaning, they would definitely not reject it. The pleasure boat retreated one zhang away, but Iron Salt Head was still respectful. If you paid a little attention, you would find that his eyes fell on Sister He. Sister He's beauty was very unique. It was not the usual beauty with white skin, but the kind with a bit of wildness. Her beauty was very different. Because it was special, it was impossible not to attract attention. But for those who liked beauty, there were very few who would not be attracted to her. Even if they were not her type, because it was the first time they saw her, they would have the desire to hunt her. Iron Salt Head's face did not show it, but the lust in his eyes was almost unable to be concealed. In fact, at Iron Salt Head's side, there was another person, surnamed Su and named Wanting, but Jingwan forced her to change her name to Su Ting. However, that person already had an emergency. Right now, this woman who looked like a goddess was one of the many women at Iron Salt Head's side. Her makeup was exquisite, but her clothes were really light. Compared to the prostitutes next to her, she was not inferior. However, to be able to stay by Iron Salt Head's side for more than a month and still live well, it was enough to show that she was not ordinary. She only used a venomous gaze to look at Li Hongyuan. It could be imagined that she was definitely not living well. Under the veil, those various scars were the best evidence. Thus, she hated Li Hongyuan for not saving her. But now, she did not dare to show her face, and she could not even attract the others' attention. She also knew what Iron Salt Head's character was like. She glanced at him and slightly sighed. If he noticed her strange behavior, she was afraid that she would not have a good ending. Li Hongyuan looked like he was admiring the dance, but in fact, there was no fluctuation in his expression. Qi Yuan's territory was not only so small. In his previous life, he had more than doubled the territory of Qi Yuan. In this life, he would only surpass it. His wife was still on the dance floor, so he naturally had to send away the unrelated people. He closed the lid of the box, put it away. He relaxed his body and prepared to continue admiring the dance. Yu Zhongqing said something in a low voice. Li Hongyuan turned around. You still haven't left? Iron Salt Head also knew that the Imperial Court's prince was different from the local officials. He had already prepared himself to be humble. But even so, when he was really looked down upon to this extent, he could not help but be angry. However, he could not show it in the slightest. He tried his best to maintain his calm. This commoner will take his leave now. If there is a chance, I will pay my respects to Prince. Li Hongyuan waved his hand perfunctorily. Iron Salt Head gritted his teeth and endured. Right now, the entire Jiangnan was not peaceful. If he was not careful, he might be implicated. Therefore, if he could get in touch with Prince Jean, not only would he be able to get rid of the possible danger, he might even be able to take advantage of this to reach the heavens. He closed his eyes and suppressed the negative emotions in his heart. In his plan, he did not expect to achieve his goal today. The current situation was just a little worse than what he had expected. In the past, when he planned something, it was not a problem to use several years of time. If he failed once, it was not a big deal. Iron Salt Head was deflated. A certain Su family's daughter was naturally happy. However, the hatred in her heart also became stronger. If she could stay by Prince Jin's side, how could she endure the humiliation of this man who was as fat as a pig every day? She always thought of revenge and escape. Unfortunately, she could not do it because she did not want to die. Not long after Iron Salt Head's pleasure boat left, Jingwan came down from the upper deck and sat beside Li Hongyuan. I saw Su wanting. Su wanting? Li Hongyuan seemed to think for a moment before he remembered who it was. She's just an item that was sold by her own father. Why pay attention to her? In Kaiming Fu, Su Wanting said that she was at the end of her rope. Thinking about it now, her words at that time were not completely false. But even so, Jingwan did not feel that what she did was wrong. Naturally, there is no need to pay attention to her. I'm talking about her father. Rest assured, I know what to do. Jingwan nodded and no longer asked. She just thought that her own husband might not have noticed and reminded him. Like this, unknowingly, 2 hours had already passed. Mei Yi hesitated and stepped forward. Wang Yi, little Gongzi, it's almost time. How about we go to Wan Huatai now? If so, then let's go. Jingwan nodded. Wan Huatai was located near the Linchuan River near the Red Lantern Lane. Most of it was built in the water. When they first saw it, it was a 3 or 4 story tall giant lantern, unique and exquisite. Jingwan's pleasure boat was docked on the water's surface in front of them. Mei Yi invited them to the 3rd floor of the pleasure boat. In the place where Jingwan predicted the fake floor, there really was a 3rd floor. Although it was small, it had all the essentials. The furnishings inside might not be expensive, but they were quite exquisite. The large window was opened, and the giant lantern could be seen. Jingwan had asked Mei Yi about the origin of this lantern and what it was used for. It turned out that more than 30 years ago, the richest man in Jiangnan had built it for a brothel girl. It consumed a lot of money, manpower, and material resources, with the intention of keeping a mistress in a golden house. But later, there was an unforeseen event. The richest man's family was ruined, and the girl seemed to have fallen into the hands of others. This Wan Hua Tai later became the place where all the brothels and pleasure boats were ranked. And this ranking was naturally a competition between the girls of the various brothels and pleasure boats. Every year, the top 12 girls had the right to use it. The first 4 times, the second 3 times, and the third 2 times. As for the remaining 1 time, it was up to each family to decide what to do. What Mei didn't say was that today's ceremony at dawn was also inside. Suddenly, the sound of drums came from the lantern. It was very rhythmic and very rhythmic. As time passed, the lantern on the side of the pleasure boat, starting from the top, the wall moved from the middle to the 2 sides, slowly blooming like flower petals. Not to mention Jingwan. Even Li Hongyuan was surprised. This design was really quite exquisite. After it was completely opened, it was a huge lotus-shaped stage. There were two petals at the front. One was submerged in the water, while the other was slightly curled. The highest part of the stage extended to the third floor. It could be said that there were layers upon layers. The other parts of the stage were hollow. The craftsmanship was quite exquisite. At this moment, 12 large drums were distributed throughout the entire space. Some were above, some were below, some were inside, and some were outside. On top of each drum, there was a woman dancing. She was not dancing with graceful steps, but with a strong rhythm. She was wearing a simple yet heavy headdress that was like a net covering her head. There was also a jewel hanging between her eyebrows. Her upper body was only wearing a close-fitting doo-doo, and her lower body was wearing bloomers. Her wrists and waist were decorated with gold ornaments. She was gorgeous and charming. Jingwan saw some of the bright elements from her previous life. She couldn't help but be surprised. On the other hand, she was also more interested. It's very exciting. I think the boat owner has put in a lot of effort. Jingwan praised sincerely. Aunt May was a little flattered. Little master, you're too kind. She was also relieved. This kind of dance was naturally acceptable to men. But for women, there was a 99% chance that they wouldn't be able to accept it. According to the original plan, Aunt May's heart had been drumming. Fortunately, the whole dance could be said to be charming and passionate. There was a drum beat in the middle that was like stepping on people's hearts. It was intense and exciting. After the dance, it still made people want to continue. The speed at which the drums were taken down was also very fast. It wasn't as difficult as Jingwan had expected. Then, many girls entered from different directions. Their waists were dressed in muslin dresses, and their outer covers were netted pearls with tassels hanging down. Their long sleeves were either on the petals or hidden behind the petals. Their figures were graceful, and the dance was beautiful. The whole body was divided into 12 parts. Occasionally, they would meet, but it didn't look messy at all. Obviously, it should be the same song. There were 12 kinds of choreography. Jingwan guessed that it was because the 12 families had temporarily merged together. It was really rare to be able to achieve such a level. And the ones who entered later also brought a big surprise. The petals were divided into two, revealing a flight of stairs from the top to the bottom. There was a small platform in the middle. A girl appeared at the highest position. She walked along the stairs, dancing as she went down. After a few steps, she stopped and a clear and pleasant song sounded. Then, a second girl appeared. Then, a third, a fourth, and finally, a total of 6 people. They were all the girls who had been accompanying on the boat. To be able to be called the lead, they naturally weren't bad at all. And what really surprised Jingwan was that there seemed to be sound amplification. Otherwise, with such a distance, they shouldn't be able to hear it so clearly. With the rise of the Wanhua platform, it naturally attracted more and more people. And if they wanted to enjoy the performance of the Wanhua platform, they naturally had to be on the water. But they didn't dare to occupy the best position, because 10 zhang away from the 3 boats, there were many other boats. In order to get the best position, there was naturally a situation where they suppressed others. However, in the middle of these people, a black-clothed guard with a knife suddenly appeared, and everyone immediately fell silent. At some point, a melodious and lingering sound came from both sides. She faintly heard that the 100-boat crossing had begun. Small boats of various shapes and sizes, exquisite and beautiful. There were people dancing, people playing instruments, and several people dancing together. Some people showed off their golden voices. The boats were changing on the water, but the people who were rowing the boats couldn't be seen. It turned out that they were hiding in the water. https:///11/118007/6653820. We will handle it as soon as possible. Chapter 333. Li Hongyuan's gaze fell on the water for a longer time, but he didn't know if there were enough people on the other side to dye the water red. Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared on his face, with a bit of wickedness and a bloodthirsty look that couldn't be seen in the depths of his eyes. His wife hoped that he wouldn't kill unless it was absolutely necessary. If someone came to his door to take his life, then he would kill as many as he could. His wife would definitely stand on his side and would never say the word no. Jingwan just happened to turn around to take the freshly cut fruit from the table and inadvertently saw his smile. No matter when she saw it, it would make her heart beat faster. He was indeed a scourge, an extraordinary evildoer. She immediately looked away and searched for his gaze, but it seemed to be just the surface of the water. Was it only his smile that was so alluring? Thinking of the past, every time she saw him smile like this, 8 out of 10 times, it was to seduce her. The remaining 2 times, it seemed like his stomach was full of evil water. "Wanya, what are you thinking of?" Jingwan asked with a smile. Li Honyuan tilted his head to look at her. This husband just feels that today's scenery is exceptionally good. He generously gave Jingwan a smile that could make all living things fall for him. Jingwan silently looked away. Well, it was more interesting to enjoy the performance in front of her. Speaking of which, when would she be able to resist this scourge? Li Honyuan saw Jingwan's expression and seemed to understand what she was thinking. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Jingwan angrily glared at him and smiled. "What are you laughing at? What's so funny? Bastard." Li Honyuan gradually stopped laughing. If he really angered his wife, he would be the one to suffer. The gains didn't make up for the losses. At the beginning of the 100-boat crossing, it could only be considered a small commotion at most. Even so, the bystanders watched with great interest. The music in front gradually stopped, and a flat-top pleasure boat slowly came over. There was a string of musicians playing the guqin below, and above it was a large half-open flower bud. When it reached a certain position, the flower bud slowly opened, and 2 pieces of white silk flew out, revealing a beauty who covered her face with one hand. The orchid finger slowly moved downwards, revealing that gorgeous face. In the blink of an eye, Jingwan heard quite a few people shout out the 2 words daybreak at the same time. His popularity could not be said to be low. Jingwan finally knew the other party's name. It would be a pity for a woman like her to stay in a brothel. In this small world, Daybreak was able to play with a silk cloth that was more than 10 meters long. Her movements were graceful, and her dance was absolutely astonishing. From Jingwan's point of view, this could be considered as the rainbow feather dance. Although she didn't know how elegant the dance and the history of her previous life was, the dance choreographed by the people of the future was extremely wonderful. Daybreak's dance was even better. If it was in her previous life, such a person, even if she couldn't become a great dancer with her face and talent, she could still become a celebrity who was sought after by countless people. Becoming the goddess of countless people's dreams was not a problem. Now, she was just a person who could be casually trampled on. Jingwan suppressed the discomfort in her heart. The times were like this, and she couldn't change anything. Moreover, wasn't there a lack of such places in her previous life? Because Jingwan and the others were the main guests. Most of Daybreak's performance was naturally in front of their pleasure boat. Daybreak was only a but. The 11 stars behind them took the stage one by one. Whether it was dancing or singing, there were all kinds of brilliant and varied styles. When this wave was over, the curtain of night had almost fallen. When they took the stage again, the pleasure boat and the flower boat were filled with specks of light. The kind of darkness that was not completely dark, and at the same time, the brightness was not high. There was a kind of hazy beauty to it. At the same time, the inside of the Wanhua stage was also lit up. Because it was indoors, the light from outside was weak, and the lights inside were naturally much brighter. When 100 Boat Ferry started, the inside of the Wanhua stage naturally did not fall. Of course, there was a difference between the main and the secondary. When the inside was more exciting, the outside would be weaker. When the outside was the main, the inside would be weaker. When the curtain of night completely fell, another wave of excitement descended. Between the colors of the water, the lights became brighter and brighter. On the contrary, under the water, it became more and more quiet and dark. In the past, perhaps there were some hidden fishes, but now, who knew how much danger was hidden? When Jingwan was seriously watching, Li Honyuan leaned back and slightly raised his hand. And Yi immediately leaned forward. Li Honyuan whispered a few words, and he immediately left. With the passage of time, the pattern changed again. The main stage changed back to the Wanhua stage. Countless petals fell from the top. Soon after, a square, large flower basket was slowly lowered from the top. Daybreak, who had changed into a new outfit, was holding a pipa and dancing. The petals scattered down. That scene was a considerable realm of immortality. Without a doubt, after today, Daybreak's fame would go up another level. This was originally what Mei wanted and also what she arranged. But her original purpose was to hope that she would attract Jin Qinhuang's attention and be able to let Jin Qinhuang bring her into that quagmire. However, seeing Jin Qinhuang's feelings for Jin Qinhuang, she knew that this was impossible. As a result, she somewhat regretted letting Daybreak stand out. But some things had already been arranged. It was too late to change it. She couldn't let Daybreak stand out and disrupt the plan. If the whole process was not perfect, it might anger Jin Qinhuang. The consequences were definitely not something that they could bear. Being sought after might not be a bad thing. If it was a prostitute, then it was not a good thing. Perhaps because of their status, they could pick their customers. However, there were many rich and powerful people, and these people could not be offended. If they were not careful, they would be consigned to eternal damnation. Mei's gaze fell on Jin Qinhuang's face several times. She wanted to open her mouth to let Jin Qinhuang Fei take her away. But after thinking about it, she knew that the possibility was not big. Not to mention the problem of reputation, there was probably no decent woman who would redeem a prostitute, who would foolishly do such a stupid thing as leading a wolf into the house. Even if the wolf really was not a wolf, it was hard to believe that it was not. In the end, she could only give up, because they had already eaten the flowing feast before. Although they did not eat much, they did not feel hungry. However, they still had to eat dinner. After all, it was much later than the usual time, because when Mei Nyang said that it was ready in the evening, Li Honyuan also directly let it be served. It was not the flowing feast as before, but it was served all at once. Dishes were served one after another. Compared to before, this time, they were all servant girls dressed in uniform. Aunt Mei had ordered the dishes from the restaurant before and had taken advantage of a loophole. This time, she directly came out from the pavilion boat. From cooking to delivering the dishes, they were all people from the pavilion boat. She could trust them. However, she was still relieved too early when the second to last dish neared the table. She suddenly threw the tray in her hand and the dish at Li Honyuan. However, Li Honyuan seemed to have eyes. His feet moved slightly and his body leaned back, completely avoiding it. She did not succeed. The dagger that was hidden under the tray in her hand was swung out. Seeing that it was about to stab Li Honyuan, her eyes flashed with pride. However, when the tip of the dagger was a few inches away from Li Honyuan, it could not go any further. At the same time, it was accompanied by the sound of the sharp blade piercing into the flesh. The woman's eyes suddenly widened with astonishment. She slowly lowered her head, and the bright blade pierced through her body. Blood dripped down the tip of the dagger, drop by drop. In the blink of an eye, the dagger was pulled out, and the woman was ruthlessly thrown to the ground. When she fell to the ground, the woman behind her fell to the ground at the same time. Although they fell in two different directions, they were face to face, and the woman's expression before she died was a panoramic view. This time, it happened too quickly. When Jingwan turned back to look, Heimei and Bai Xiao had completely blocked her view. Wan, don't look. Li Hongyuan's voice was still monotonous, and there was even a unique gentleness in his voice when facing Jingwan. Jingwan frowned. She could roughly guess what was going on, but she did not insist on pursuing the matter. She turned her head and continued to watch the performance, but her heart could not calm down completely. Li Honyuan did not need to say anything. Whether it was the floor or the table. Everything was quickly cleaned up. Li Hanyuan turned around and sat beside Jingwan. Without any scruples, he pulled her into his arms. https:///11/11807/6653824. That you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.